For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit society. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit society.
Good morning. We are running 1 minute late. We're supposed to start at past. Let me greet the Minister of Basic Education in absentia, the Deputy Minister, the MECs from 9 provinces, the Chairperson of the National Portfolio Committee on Education, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, the CEO of Umalusi and Umalusi team, the CEO of SACE and the SACE team, the CEOs and executives of the non-governmental organizations, leaders of teacher unions, leaders of professional bodies and school governing bodies, the experts and academics who are in the Lekgotla, the provincial representatives and national representatives, representatives of learners, and all in the Lekgotla, online, and those who are in this room. Today, we are moving to day 3 of our Lekgotla. Yesterday, the president said, I sent a clever child to school, and I requested them and demanded that when he comes back and when he leaves school, he must be clever. We came here committed, dedicated, and also having that understanding of the sector. And when we leave, we'll be more committed, more dedicated, with more understanding, much more understanding of the requirements for taking this country forward through basic education. Today, we have a short program, mainly because this day is not only for engagements, it is also for traveling. So it's important then that we keep time and be businesslike as we move forward. There will be presentations by the rapporteurs from various commissions. The program is designed in such a way that we will have all these presentations or reports, and thereafter we'll take discussion. The program says 20 minutes per report. It's not like that. It's 15 minutes minimum and 20 minutes maximum. We would like you to do it in 15 minutes, but if you go beyond 15 minutes, then it cannot be more than 20 minutes. I'm requesting the presenters, therefore, to ensure that they prepare and rehearse their presentations and their reports so that they do not exceed the minimum, or if it comes to a push, the maximum. The chairperson of the day will be Mr. Rabutapi. He is in the meeting. He will be taking us through until 11:30, where DDG Gaya will give us the vote of thanks and appreciation. After DDG Dr. Whitley would have giving us the closing remarks. And also the wind up and the final presentation after the discussions of the reports will be done by Professor Metcalf. She will actually pulling all the strings together in a presentation which will say harnessing risks, realities, opportunities, possibilities into a fitting way forward. I will request Mr. Raputapi to come to the podium. Is already on the podium. Then he must take, if it was in the church, I would call him to the pulpit.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the protocol that has been established already. I think that Dr. Mthembu has already laid the groundwork. He has set the rules. Mine is just to rock and roll. So without any waste of time, I am going to call upon all the presenters to come to the stage, the presenters of all the commissions to come to the stage so that they can lead us in their presentation. As it has been indicated, each one of you will have between 15 to 20 minutes. So I will have the discretion in terms of that. Can we have the chairpersons or the rapporteurs coming forward of the commissions? Shall we give them a round of applause as they come up stage? Okay. Okay, let me just verify if they are all here. Ms. Nozipho Shiliza, okay. And then that's for Commission 1, Ms. Nikolai for Commission 2. Nikolai for Commission 2. Okay, or who will, yes. Or are you Mr. Daka? Huh? They requested me to. Oh, okay, so okay, it's fine. And then I was supposed to be the rapporteur for Commission 3, but I will be replaced by Ms. Letitia Munde, who's here. And then Commission 4, Mr. Elijah Nkosi. Thank you, sir. And then Commission 5, Ms. Notolo Tabata. Okay, so we all here. Okay, so let's then take the report back for Commission 1. Ms. Nozipho Shaliza. Thank you. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity and stand on the protocol that has been established. And thank you for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is not Nozipho Kiliza, but I am Nozipho Mkhize from KZN, Director responsible for ECD, KZN, the #1 province, of course. I'm also representing Commission #1, representing the first level of the system, the early childhood development. I've been tasked by the Commission to provide the feedback after the wonderful engagement and very vibrant discussions we had yesterday. You will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that ECD is the talk of the town, the new kid on the block. Everybody is talking about the importance of early childhood development. Most of the speakers who stood on the podium emphasized the importance of laying strong foundations by ensuring the introduction of the foundational numeracy and literacy skills to our young ones. The ministers who talked here, up to the president himself, he emphasized why it is important for the system to strengthen early grade acquisition of the basic numeracy and literacy skill. Our commission was convened under the theme strengthening early development as a national priority. So what does it mean if we're saying it is the national priority? The Department of Basic Education in 2024 launched what is called a 2030 strategy as per the National Development Plan, which is a strategy that is aimed at ensuring that children have access. And you know, when we talk access, we talk universal access, but on top of that, it goes with provision of high quality early learning opportunities by 2030. So as we are gathered here, everybody is expected to participate, all stakeholders, because this cannot be achieved by the department only. But it involves everybody. It needs our partners, all the relevant stakeholders to assist us as we move towards realizing our vision through the 2030 strategy. So the strategy proposes a social compact approach that will allow us to reach the universal access to quality early learning programs. The strategy, therefore, came up with what we call a roadmap in the form of the shared blueprint that was highlighted, I think, on the first day of the Lekgotla, if I'm not mistaken, which is a document now that is a vehicle that will take us to our Vision 2030. The blueprint was very much discussed in the commission, and it is a document that tries to outline the roles of each and every actor that is needed by the system. As I said earlier, we need everybody, all stakeholders, but what would be important is for all the actors to understand their role so that there's no role conflicts, but there's also no duplication of activities. It assists in co-creation and sharing all the system, including human resources, infrastructural, you know, items that will contribute in laying the foundational principles. It therefore proposes 23 actions to ensure that there is exponential growth. So the purpose of the commission was to get the inputs and build consensus on the principles and actions in the ECD shared blueprint. So the commission started by unpacking. We had a very wonderful presentations by the leaders of the commission who were leading in providing information to take us through the 23 actions. We felt as a commission that is important for us to have a clear understanding, a common understanding, which is also expected to everyone who will access the blueprint to understand what it means. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve or to look at as the commission? We started, or we were guided by this main question, which says, How can we develop a sustainable early learning ecosystem focused on those historically excluded that enables affordable, equitable access to quality early learning programs so that children can thrive by 5? So this was our problem statement. All our discussion was centered around this main question for us as a commission to develop a sustainable early learning ecosystem. So as we were engaging and discussing the 23 actions, we were trying to respond to this question. Hence, we divided our group into 3 groups that were looking at how then can we prioritize the 23 actions. But as I said, we started by just unpacking each. I'm not going to read all the 23 actions, but just to highlight a few. For example, if you look at the first one, the important role for the system will be to appoint the orchestration team that will oversee all the work that we need to do as, in terms of us now trying to achieve the Vision 2030 through our strategy, but also the practical implementation of the blueprint, strengthening of existing systems. Here we want to use the systems that are already in place, deepening PED and local government collaboration. We have already started working together with our sister departments, with our stakeholders at a provincial level. So it will be important for us to strengthen that collaboration. ECD subsidy innovation programs, how best can we make sure that everybody access the ECD subsidy component? Establishing funding orchestration team. Much as we'll be appointing this orchestration team, but it is important to look at how it's going to be funded so that it will be able to operate well. Consolidation of the Banapile engagement platform. Here, we're highlighting the importance of practical involvement of the stakeholders, where there should be a platform that will allow us to engage with each other, listen to each other. You know, in ECD, it is very important to listen to what the stakeholders are saying, starting from the level of practitioners, parents, and everybody that is involved as we implement. Adopt a community feedback mechanism. This is another action that will allow us to get, ongoing feedback from the community. Mobilize and enable communities to transform commons into joyful, functional learning spaces. Publish guidelines and open access to assets to create inclusive spaces for children with disabilities. This came up very strongly in our commission, the importance of ensuring inclusive education. Remember, we always talk about not leaving any child behind. So for us to accommodate everybody, we really have to strengthen inclusive education. Just recently, the ECD team participated in the development of SOPs for the school-based teams that are looking at how best can we provide inclusive education. But now the focus it no longer starts in school, but starts in ECD. So what we did as a commission, we then let me use the word voted, because that's what we practically did in trying to prioritize the actions. Remember, I said the total is 23, so we felt that the list is quite long. So for us to assist the TPE to implement, we just have to prioritize, look at which ones should come first. So the top 6 are taken from the 23 action. For example, if you look at the first one, is taken from our action number 9, which has to do with us co-creating a compelling societal narrative. As I said earlier, we just need to ensure that everybody is on the same page, everybody who participates understand the brief, understand the role, understand what is expected, but also from the first action, appoint a national orchestration team. Everybody in the commission agreed that this should take priority so that there is clear direction, there is, strong leadership that is going to take us forward. Because remember, in ECD, we have everybody coming with ideas. When we collaborate, we're inviting everybody. So a strong leadership is very is very important to make sure that there is no duplication. We do not compete as we participate, but there's a clear guidance and direction that ECD should take. If you look at the third one, which is taken from action number 3, deepen PED and local government collaboration. Right now, we are currently running programs registering from bronze to silver, involving municipalities, involving all our stakeholders. So again, a strong leadership to drive this collaboration in our PEDs and local government is very crucial. The fourth one, which is taken from our action number 12, we agreed that establishing a national early learning program provide a capacity building commission, not Madlanga commission, because commissioners were very much not comfortable with this word. What do we mean by commission? But we discussed it further to say we are looking at systems of sort of conducting quality assurance of some kind, which will assist in ensuring that the early learning programs that we access or that are accessed by our children have been, designed and developed by a capable workforce, and it has been taken through the relevant processes to ensure that it is a quality ELP. The fifth one, make data more open and actionable by establishing open interfaces. So this one was taken from action number 22. So you can see that as according to the list, it was a bit far, but we felt as a commission, let us put it closer amongst the first 6, because we felt that data is also an important item. The last priority, number 6, which is taken from action number 14, consolidates a Banapili engagement platform. As I said earlier, we strongly felt it is important for the DPE to open up this platform to allow for new and fresh ideas as we engage. So having prioritized as a commission, we further looked into what could be the challenges or the problems in us implementing, and we identified these 4 risks, but we further looked at the possible mitigation strategies and how best we can then mitigate against the risk identified. I'm not going to read all, but the first one was very close to our hearts, where we are saying provincial education departments do not have separate ECD directorates in their organizational design. Most of us as provinces, we still take care of our ECD, but also grade R. And we felt that grade R now belongs to the foundation phase, isn't it? Formally so now in the schooling. So even in terms of structuring, because remember, the district and provincial structures are aimed at providing support to schools. So for ECD to be able also to function effectively and provide support to ECD centers, let us take grade R to where it belongs, and then you focus on ECDs. One other a challenge is the lack of collaboration by all ecosystem actors, and we said through the establishment of the orchestration team, this will be mitigated. The lack of trust in government, we really need to develop a shared narrative where we all be moving from the same understanding and vision. the blueprint introducing many new ideas. Each and every role player is coming with a new and fresh ideas. So it will be important for us to, have some kind of a consolidated plan in terms of how then do we take it forward. Here, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to also access the blueprint through using this QR code. Chairperson, in closing, on behalf of the Commission, we want to further commit as ECD that we will try our level best in ensuring universal access and the provision of quality early learning in our ECDs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nozipho, for the presentation and for sticking to time. You've actually saved us about 3 minutes. I think I omitted to also acknowledge Commission 6. The rapporteur for Commission 6 will be Dr. Phumzile Langa, who will report on behalf of that commission. Let me also, another omission that I need to correct is that we will allow all the commissions to report without interruption. So if you can please note your questions and your comments so that when it comes to the discussion time, you can refer to your notes. We will then move on to Commission 2, and the rapporteur for Commission 2 will be Dr. Mzamani Mdaka. Shall we encourage him with a round of applause?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. As they are loading the slides, Commission 2 was looking at the hot topic that we're all looking at, strengthening our foundations to ensure that the education system become resilient and it is ready for uptake in the future. So the commission had the topic that requires the focus on ensuring that we strengthen, we come with proposals that will do the strengthening. And the purpose of the commission was looking at strengthening foundational learning across the entire DBE sector with specific focus on the early grade reading and the early grade numeracy. And the problem that is so vivid in the space is that we have an oversubscription of the programs that deals with reading and deals with numeracy. And this is happening across the sector and is being offered to the same beneficiaries, which create clogs and hampers the implementation fidelity and also doesn't contribute well into the performance of learners. In terms of the key implementable insights that the commissioners in the commission have agreed upon, there were so many, but we agreed to streamline to 5. The first being to strengthen system capacity for coordination and alignment. And this should happen all throughout the spheres of the education system. That is the DBE, the provincial education, the districts, the circuits. And at all these levels, the feeling is that they should be able to work coherently towards curriculum delivery. They should also be capacitated towards instructional leadership and the pedagogy, and also be able to ensure that the minimum package that is required to support implementation in classrooms is made available. The second insight relates to institutionalizing a common instructional approach. We know that we've got core methodologies that are existing in the teaching of literacy, and the Commission has also highlighted the need to follow the concrete, pictorial, and abstract approach for numeracy, so that it ensures transformation and consistency of classroom practice. The feeling is that if practice in the classroom is guided correctly, it will enable the system to function well. The third insight relates to consolidating learning benchmarks, wherein there is a need to leverage the established literacy benchmarks, and also to develop benchmarks for mathematics or numeracy, so that it deals with the ability of checking the performance of the system, and also to be able to use data for planning. This one is coupled with the output tree that required strengthening of the use of data to inform planning, monitoring, and accountability. And the feeling is that if we have learning benchmarks, it will then be able to deal with issues of standardized assessment, and also getting learners ready, prepared for the next grade, and also for the end lines, and also measuring quality and quantity, and avoiding, curriculum coverage in terms of the widespread, but seeking to go deep in terms of conceptual understanding. So we know that the benchmarks of oral fluency are there, but let's also ensure that we have benchmarks for mathematics. The fourth one relates to improving the quality and the quantity of school-based assessment. And this should be done to ensure that implementation of the progression requirement is adhered to and is optimized, also taking into consideration the issues of accommodations in the foundational learning. And the commissioners also highlighted the interchange usage, which sometimes cause confusion between foundational learning and early grade learning, so that it becomes clear that foundational learning spread up to grade 6. The fifth one is about establishing system-wide performance indicators and a common framework that is going to be used together with standardized instruments, so that tracking of implementation in numeracy and literacy is made possible. And the feeling is that if we have all these insights being implemented, they will be able to assist the system to start working further. So in general, we looked at prioritizing capacity or capacity building, building capacity of the state, and also enabling the pedagogical and content knowledge for the practitioners in classrooms, and also to ensure that the monitoring and evaluation frameworks are in place to support implementation. In terms of the recommendations that we have given, out of the 5, we then propose that the first one of capacity building should be owned by branch C, branch D, and branch D in DBE. And the indicator to check performance of that, the commissioners agreed that if within a period of 3 years, 80% of officials in the system able to complete an accredited capacity building program on curriculum and also on instructional leadership. This will, set up the system to start moving towards good performance. Secondly, in terms of the institutionalizing common instructional approach, we still feel that the 3 branches are responsible to do that. And the proof of them achieving that within the period of 2 years is that common instructional approaches for literacy and numeracy should have been developed, not only developed but mediated, so that those who are supposed to implement, they understand what is it that they need to do, and also implementation be taken through to at least 70% of the targeted schools, so that then we're able to check whether the instruments will be able to give what is desired. Thirdly, with regard to the benchmarks, we feel that the research and monitoring branch should take the lead, but requires support from branch D and branch C. And in terms of performance, the grade specific numeracy benchmarks need to be developed because they are not there. Currently, we have only for reading. And not just only be developed, but ensure that they are available for the implementers in the system. We don't want a situation where the voltage is high, but as the system goes down through the line, we start losing voltage for implementation. With regard to the quality school-based assessment, branch C and branch T must take the lead. And in terms of proof, the feeling of the commissioners is that if 75% of subject advisors, together with circuit managers and foundation phase teachers, are trained on developing the SBAs that are going to be producing the quality that we require and are aligned to the procedures of progression, then within the space of 2 years, that will start setting the system to improve. In terms of the performance indicators, the commissioners agreed that branch C, branch D, branch T, together with monitoring and research, should take the lead and ensure that national literacy and numeracy indicators and the framework thereof, including standardized instruments, are already in place. And the commissioners felt this is so urgent, it must happen now. Now, meaning this year. We can't wait anymore. Let's start somewhere so that we can see whether there is progress in the system. With regard to resourcing these recommendations, the first recommendation that deals with capacity building, the commissioners agreed that there is a need to reprioritize the existing resources so that it's possible to start acting on that. There is no need for shifting funding within the system, but there is a need for new funding, and this need is derived by the need to develop the grade R materials because it's there, it must be included, and it's also derived by considering the review of the existing materials through the foundational learning, so that then the materials becomes relevant to the adjustments that are made on the curriculum. And with regard to the common instructional approaches, commissioners felt there is a need to reprioritize the existing resources, and there is no need to shift resources wherever they are. But there is a need for new funding, because that funding should be able to assist in catering development of new methodologies, or strengthening the core methodologies for literacy, and also developing the CPA approach for mathematics. And there is a need for printing and distribution. Therefore, the new funding is required. Together with the benchmarks, also, there is no need for reprioritizing and no need for shifting funding, but there is a need to resource the development thereof, because these benchmarks must also be made known throughout the system to the practitioners. And with regard to the quality and the quantity of the SBAs, the commissioners felt there is a need to reprioritize the existing resources, because that need will ensure that as we are dealing with the system, things that needs to be done, those who need to be capacitated, those who need to be supported, are supported effectively so. And with regard to the performance indicators and the M&E framework, the commissioners felt that this requires new funding, because we have to start from scratch. There is nothing that is in existence, and we need a development phase. Considering the risks to be able to implement these recommendations, the first one is the financial constraint. And the mitigation, therefore, is commissioners called for reprioritization and ring fencing of existing budgets for early literacy and numeracy, and also leveraging on the social partners funding that is coming in through into the system. So let's consolidate all the contributions that are coming from role players in the system and support this. The second risk, which is about weak collaboration across branches and social partners, the commissioners have recommended that these can be mitigated by strengthening DBE-led coordination, so that DBE should take the lead and should ensure that there is alignment in terms of planning, in terms of sharing. The indicators should be shared. All of us should understand the indicators, and also have regular interactions amongst branches, amongst partners, and also the reviews of whether the progress that we are making in the system is contributing towards the right direction. Finally, the last risk is about the overlaps that are existing in terms of the initiatives in the system. And the commissioners felt that there is a need to mitigate by rationalizing and sequencing foundational learning programs based on the impact that they have made, and also on the system capacity to roll out those programs, so that there is coherence in terms of implementation at the beneficiary level, which is a school. And that is what the commissioners in Commission 2 have already agreed upon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our rapporteurs are doing extremely well in terms of time, and that's highly appreciated. Just to indicate also that our Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the DG are not here with us this morning. They have an assessment session with the President, and that's why we don't see them here this morning. So we just felt it's necessary to convey that apology on their behalf. We are proceeding. We will now take the report for Commission 3, and this will be led by Ms. Letitia Munde. Shall we give her a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, everybody. And thank you so much for the opportunity that the Commission has given me to report this morning. My name is Letitia Monday. I am the Director in the Department of Basic Education, responsible for post-provisioning. So it's one of my responsibilities to develop norms and standards for post-provisioning for our schools in South Africa. So it's actually great that I'm able to report back on the Commission. And let me thank the Commission, the participants yesterday, for really contributing. Our venue was too small. We had to get more chairs and more tables in yesterday because there were so many people that were interested. Yes, that is the wrong presentation.
Can we please load the presentation for Commission 3? I don't think that's the right one.
That's not the right one, no.
It's written Commission 3, but the topic is wrong.
Thank you. So yes, as I was saying, the venue was actually too small. The interest in the topic was great. So the topic is very controversial because many people, I think, don't really understand what the model does. And I think that came through very clearly yesterday when we interacted in our commission. But it's always great. The more we interact and the more we speak about the model, the more people get to understand better what the model actually is intended to do. So we'll just wait for the presentation to be flighted. So I think while we're doing that, I can just tell you who was in the commission and what the purpose of the commission was. So our facilitator was Mr. Faker, who is my chief director in the Department of Basic Education, and he led us yesterday in our discussions. And the purpose of our commission was reassessing South Africa's PPN model and to reflect on the realities of a differentiated schooling, poverty dynamics, and curriculum diversification while remaining fiscally sustainable. Now, the problem statement that was given to the Commission was that the current post-provisioning model faces considerable systemic and operational challenges that hinder its effectiveness in achieving equitable resource allocation within the education sector. Persistent issues include unfunded mandates, siloed operations, and predetermined budgets that limit flexibility and place strain on provincial departments of education's resources, especially amid ongoing budget cuts. Secondly, varying learner educator ratios across provinces contributes to perceptions of inequality and exacerbates existing disparities. Furthermore, insufficient collaboration and limited coordination among stakeholders impede the model's ability to address these challenges comprehensively and ensure fair access to quality education for all learners. So that was the problem statement that was given to our commission. Right, so let me just make sure that everybody's on the right slide. Right, so the key implementable insights, what we heard during the commission. PPN should be aligned with the current developmental provisions that relate to curriculum, socioeconomic development, equity, and redress. The current quintile system, based largely on 1996 data, no longer represents socioeconomic realities and undermines equity objectives. Inclusive education implementation is constrained by limited specialist capacity, inconsistent screening, and reliance on school-type resourcing rather than learner needs. Fourthly, the PPN model is a distribution mechanism, not a post-creating pool, and is fundamentally constrained by available funding. Class-size disparities persist despite similar learner-educator ratios, particularly in the foundation phase, indicating systemic inefficiencies and implementation challenges within infrastructure norms. Data integrity weaknesses, such as learner numbers, disability data, and SASAM's inputs, directly affect the credibility and fairness of post-provisioning outcomes. Address gaps in teacher preparation and methodology. The review and strengthening initial teacher education and in-service training to improve practical teaching methodology, particularly for vocational, occupational, and inclusive class contexts, which is the 3 stream, in collaboration with DHET. This means that the priority levers are as follows. First of all, updating equity mechanisms. This is our quintiles and our weightings. Secondly, strengthening inclusive education resourcing logic. Thirdly, improving data quality and governance, aligning PPN reform with funding realities, clarifying implementation expectations, and lastly, strengthening teacher preparation and training. So the top 5 implementable recommendations, which was very difficult to get to because there are so many, but we got to these 5. First of all, we need to review the quintile system. This is extremely important. And we feel in order to do this, we need to establish a task team to review the quintile system over a 3 to 4 year period, recognizing its reliance on outdated data. This will be done by the DBE, and it can be, the functional task team can be established pretty fast, which is, we put there February this year, and we will have a biannual reporting, and our first report would be the 31st of July this year. The second one would be to review PPN factors. These are all the factors, such as class size, we just mentioned one. We need to reconsider how class sizes are reflected and communicated within the PPN, particularly in contexts requiring smaller ratios in the foundation phase. This will also be done by DBE. Just a reminder that the EU has been gracious to give us funding to provide consultants. They've not actually given us funding, but technical experts from Finland to assist us in doing this. And in addition to that, the Zenix Foundation has also provided us with an HR specialist that is assisting us in doing this. And our time frame here is the 30th of September, where we will look at a new proposed PPN model. Thirdly, a shift towards learner-centered resourcing for inclusion. Here we need to move from resourcing based on school type to resourcing based on level of support required by individual learners, particularly learners with disabilities. Here again, the DBE will be doing this in collaboration with our technical support that we will be getting, and it will be our proposed new model, and this will be done by the 30th of September this year. Then we need to protect our education funding. This is extremely important. We need to address the risk of education budgets being diverted to other provincial priorities, and acknowledge the constraints of limited funding. This needs to be done both by DBE and our provincial departments of education. Here we need to do a presentation to CEM on how the budget can be ring-fenced. Secondly, we need to protect the education budget from austerity measures. And thirdly, provincial treasury must ring-fence the education budget. This needs to be done by the 30th of September. I was hoping actually that I would have more finance people in our discussions yesterday, but this date we can look at because they know how the budget works and what timeframes we need. But we spoke to the provincial colleagues yesterday and they reckoned 30th September is a good date. Then number 5, strengthening data integrity. Colleagues, very, very important. These are all very important. I don't know how to emphasize how important they all are. But verification of data. If our data is not correct, any model that we produce is not going to give you the right result, okay? So we want verification of data by our provincial departments of education, and we will monitor this from DBE to support evidence-based decision-making in post-provisioning. And we do feel there needs to be consequence management resulting from a data breach. This will be done both by DBE and the provincial departments of education, and our heads of department will sign off on verified data. And this is done every year in June. Resourcing that we need in order to do this. For the first one on the quintile system, we just need to reprioritize our existing resources. On the second one, to review our PPN factors, we do need new funding for this. The shift towards learner-centered resources for inclusion, there is existing funding, but we also need new funding to assist here. And the protection of education funding, we need to reprioritize our existing funding. And then the strengthening of data integrity, we need to reprioritize the funding that is already there. What risks do we have and how do we mitigate those risks? We have limited and insufficient funding constraints, which limits the implementation of reforms. And in order to mitigate this, we need to align the expectations to available resources and protect existing education allocations. Secondly, continued reliance on outdated quintile data undermines equity. And to mitigate that, we need an established structure review process and improved data quality at DBE level. And then thirdly, inconsistent implementation of the PPN across provinces. Irrespective of what model we have, we need to have consistency across our provinces on how it's implemented. And how do we mitigate that? We need strengthened governance, monitoring, and clarity on PPN scope and limitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. You were still able to save 6 minutes despite the delays. Thank you. We're moving on, so we'll take now the report for Commission 4. This will be led by Mr. Elijah Nkosi. Shall we welcome him? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Program Director, Mr. Robert Apil. I would like to greet everyone in the House and also stand on the protocol that has already been established. And I also want to appreciate the privilege to be able to report on behalf of Commission 4. And the commission deliberated on the topic, which says strengthening STEM pathways for improved learning outcomes and future skills. All right. Let me just, okay, I am able to move it. Thank you very much. The commission was facilitated by Mr. Benjamin from the Western Cape and also by Mr. Tabane from the DBE. And I am here to provide the report, but I must also indicate that the commission was well supported. The room was full to capacity, and there was a lot of robust engagement around this topic, which was provoked by two input presentations, which underscored a lot of matters around STEM education, as well as emerging technologies. But the commission deliberated on the purpose that is very key to the commission and agreed that the commission was to improve the quality and relevance of teaching and learning experiences of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is STEM, subjects in order to increase learner performance and learner participation across the system. The discussion also ensued on the problem statement, and the final agreement was that the problem is that the South African basic education system faces a systemic crisis in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, characterized by persistent deficit in both quantity, which is learner participation in these STEM subjects, and quality, which is the success rate or performance rates of our learners in these subjects. Despite various national interventions, the pipeline, which is the throughput from the GET, General Education and Training band, to further education and training fails to produce the requisite number of high-performing learners needed for the country's economic and technological advancement. And we do add to this discussion of the problem that this has already been identified in the National Development Plan of the country, that STEM is essential to improving learner outcomes, building system resilience, and preparing young people for emerging economic and technological demands. So South Africa's persistent mathematics and science performance gaps, uneven readiness for coding and robotics, and shortages of qualified STEM teachers require a coherent national response, as we are still struggling to ensure that we go full implementation. We're continuing to pilot coding and robotics for a number of years now. Now, the National Development Plan also indicates or prioritizes STEM education as crucial for economic growth, reducing poverty, and encouraging innovation, setting specific targets for producing mathematics and science graduates to meet industry needs, involving government, business, and education sectors in improving resources, teacher training, and learner outcomes, particularly in the foundational skills through initiative located within math, science, and technology. However, despite all these efforts, we don't seem to be getting where we want to. And in the deliberation of the commission, the number of ideas came through, but we had to reduce them to 5 key implementable insights as required for this session. And the first one that the Commission agreed to is that there is a need to develop an agreed upon approach to STEM education across the country schooling system, from foundational skills to the world of work and post-schooling. And this approach needs to find expression even in our teacher training, higher education institutions, so that the kind of teacher that we receive is the one that is able to teach the STEM subjects in the manner that will increase participation and performance as well, from the lower grades up to beyond the schooling. The second point that the Commission recommends is to review and implement a post-provisioning norm that will strengthen STEM implementation. So I think the Commission took interest in what the other commission that had just reported was working on, to ensure that as that PPN model is reviewed, matters of supporting STEM education are also part of it, particularly because when we want to improve on our STEM education, our schools would require at least an extra, or should I say, the model should provide more teachers for STEM so that we ensure that it is properly implemented. But more importantly, a science classroom or science teaching would require a laboratory assistant, as our schools would need a laboratory. So you need that additional support. Now, we need to understand as to how far the PPN review would accommodate that. When you talk about technical, vocational, and technical occupational subjects that require workshops, you would require a workshop assistant as well. How far is the PPN able to support this STEM implementation is what is going to be critical going forward. Point number 3 refers to the strengthening of initial teacher education and teacher continuous professional development in STEM subjects across GET and FAT, particularly in the foundations of the GET band, which is what the point I already referred to earlier when we're talking about developing an approach, but at this level, strengthening and ensuring that we have quality teachers produced at initial teacher education by our universities, but also strengthened and created by our continuous professional development, such that if we have quality teachers, we would know that we will then be able to achieve the desired outcomes. Point number 4 is around the strengthening and alignment of the STEM curriculum, aligning it with teacher development, assessment, and the support systems for a changing world. The discussions revealed that the current curriculum that we have has a lot of gaps and in some areas outdated STEM education topics in different subjects. So there is a need to fast track the review of the curriculum as it relates to STEM subjects, and also ensure that there is sufficient teacher development, and that it will also elevate the emerging technologies, the use of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, so that all these find expression in how our curriculum is designed, and then it can be able to support learning and teaching. And the last point is on defining infrastructure and resource toolkits for schools to support STEM implementation. there are basic requirements right from the foundations in terms of what kinds of resources a school requires to ensure that learners have a solid foundation in mathematics, numeracy, the science subject across the system. These needs to be developed and be standardized for all our schools. You expand it to even our three-stream model of introducing the technical, vocational and occupational streams so that the resources that are required are also defined and provided for STEM to be able to thrive. And we agreed as commission that this means that the key levers will be around STEM curriculum and policy review, around resourcing STEM implementation, and around initial teacher development and continuous teacher professional development. Now, as we move to the next slide, which reflects on what needs to be done on the 5 key implementable recommendations we are making. On the first one that relates to the developing of an agreed approach, we're recommending that the owner should be the Department of Basic Education, working together with the Department of Higher Education, so that whatever is developed begins to find application at initial teacher development, but also within the DHET and also within DBE as continuous professional development. And the indicator would be an approved framework that should be in place, and the time frame is within a year by this time, January in 2027. The second point around the review of the PPN, the responsibility or the owner would be the Department of Basic Education, and the progress will be indicated by a reviewed PPN that accommodates STEM implementation, at least by January 2027 as well. The third point around strengthening ITE and continuous teacher development in both GT and FET is also located between DBA and DHET. And we would see this with the change in the quality of teachers competent in STEM teaching at different grades. And we believe this should be an ongoing process that continues to happen throughout the system until we achieve what we desire. Number 4, on strengthening the curriculum review, it's also between DBE and DHET, and we will see this by a strengthened and aligned STEM curriculum that can be put in place by September 2027. The last point, which is about defining infrastructure and resource toolkits, is also allocated to DBE and also provincial education departments in this case. And we will see progress when we have a minimum set of resources in place for all our schools in the different STEM subjects by January 2027. The next slide speaks to the funding areas. In terms of the first implementation area or implementable recommendation around developing an agreed approach to STEM, we don't think we need shifting of funds or new funding, but we can reprioritize existing resources to come up with this framework. On number 2, which is on the PPN, on this one, we think we may require new funding. If we can't find expression to support laboratory assistance and workshop assistance within the PPN, we probably may require new funding as part of guidelines for STEM education on how we can fund the employment of teacher assistants and laboratory assistants in our schools. On number 3, which is strengthening ITE and teacher development, we think there is funding available in this area, and if need be, it can be reprioritized and redirected, in particular to support STEM education. Item number 4, strengthening the curriculum and review. There's also funding available, and reprioritization is recommended. And the last one on infrastructure and resources required, we also think we don't need new funding. We can utilize the existing funding and prioritizing from different areas. Now, on my last slide, Chair, I'm finishing on time. I thought I would use the time left by my colleagues from Commission 1, 2, and 3, but I seem to be on time as well. On this last slide, the risks identified are 4 of them. One is lack of state funding, and the mitigation, we recommend that we would look into our private partnerships to fund some of these areas we have raised. Number 2 is on stakeholder resistance and reluctance in terms of policy reform. We think that we can mitigate on this by developing advocacy strategies and creating timelines so that we make sure we're able to meet the target we have set for ourselves. Number 3 is gatekeeping in gateway subject, which is around learner participation. We have seen a trend that learners are being curled and retained or being discouraged from following the STEM subjects, and we think this must be monitored. And when people that are doing that are identified, we need to implement consequent management to try and cap on this tendency. And the last point is about attraction, retention, and maximal utilization of our STEM teachers. And this relates particularly to the demand for teachers, especially in rural areas where all the best teachers would not want to go and teach in a rural setup. But we're suggesting a mitigation that said we need to strengthen. We used to have, I'm sure it's still existing, an incentive for rural teaching of MST subject in rural schools. We need to strengthen that area and incentivize our teachers so that they don't leave first the education sector in general, but they also don't move from our rural communities. They stay there so that we can get the best that we can from all our schools. That's our submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkosi. I was worried about your plan. You see, as a football coach, you can't plan to attack and score a goal during referee's optional time because the referee may end the game before you execute your plan. Okay, the people who are online are also continuing to submit their question and comments. If we can just ask them to specify which commission are those comments or questions relate to, so that they can be appropriately responded to. We're now moving on to, and I'm sure you are continuing to make your notes as well, so that when we come to discussion, we are able to have a meaningful discussion. Commission 5, Ms. Nokolo Tabata. Shall we welcome her?
Good morning, good morning. I'm a young person, so can I have your attention? Can I have your hands? I'm going to give you a quick exercise to get our attention span, I'm gonna need your hands, right, and your feet. When we get to a robot, there's usually three colors. Red, so let's go red. Everybody, yeah, red, amber, and I want you to kick your feet under the table for green. Green. Now I'm going to test your attention. Red, amber, green, 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 red. Ah, some of you aren't focusing. Right. Excellent. Good morning. My name is Nokolo Tabata. I'm from the German Development Corporation. I am an advisor for resilient childhoods with particular focus in care and support for teaching and learning topics. I'm representing the Commission 5, which is a CSTL commission. And of course, as the CSTL tradition, we understand that we have a plethora of vulnerabilities and challenges that are within the CSTL plate or basket. And so even yesterday, we took the lens of focusing and narrowing only on one of the vulnerabilities. So bear that in mind that we were focusing on one topic, which I'll allude on right now. The Commission was focusing on learning environments that nurture inclusion, safety, and belonging with the particular lens of nutrition. Now, as I mentioned, CSTL is more than just one topic. It's this compounding burden, not only on schools, but also on communities. CSTL is where the burden of childhood comes and compounds and crashes on a child, on a teacher, and on a school environment. This is where society within the school starts to grapple with the many challenges and vulnerabilities that children face within their homes, coming into the school. So our approach to the nutrition topic was that we wanted to make it more than about a menu. It's a generational mandate. Okay, let's see if we can move my slides. As we all know, care and support centers children at the core of our impact. It's how do we bring multi-stakeholder relationships, strengths, to come and concern themselves around a child. It's where corporate, it's where civil society and where care meets in the core interest of a child and child development so that children can thrive. However, this is a mammoth task because it is comprehensive and it is multi-sectoral. And so how do we start to reimagine spaces where we are able to have intention per topic while also understanding the intersectional consequences of the CSTL? Like I said, we had a lot on our plate. There's 10 pillars of the CSTL. Volume? Ooh, I like volume. I have a very lovely voice, as you've noticed. All right, so it's 10 pillars. Ooh, it's 10 pillars to the CSTL. And we were looking at how do we eat our vegetables first? So how do we look at nutrition as a foundational prerequisite for inclusion and well-being? And what are some of the implications that it has with other areas of work? And it was a very inspired discussion. Many other themes came out, especially challenges around ECD. So how do we move while also carrying along the new intersections of the work? How do we bring capacity from the local level to keep informing how we're planning and understanding the framework for care support to teaching and learning? Oh, there we are. So we had inputs from 4 different presentations. The very first one focused on ECD, and we centered ECD to be the first presentation because, like it was expressed yesterday, is that a lot of times ECD is seen as a tail end mission, but we want to start from the very first age of entry into a basic education enrollment. And so we centered ourselves around what are the core challenges around ECD? How do we prioritize, even though of course CSTL is very well expressed within primary school and high school, but how do we also ensure that even the new added vulnerability of early childhood is also centered in our discussion? We then went on to discuss financial management, which is a key implication to the delivery point when it comes to nutrition. But it's not only about finances, it's also about the ethical management of these finances. So we dove into what does the sector currently provide us with, what are the 2 models, what works around decentralized models, what works around centralized models, what are issues around advocacy, at the local level, what are issues around just requirements, and how do we support and strike a balance between community autonomy and accountability of resources. The third one focused on how do we deliver low-cost food preparation, and how do we leverage existing partnerships that are already looking at impact around this topic. I know that South Africa is one of, if not actually, I think it was Professor Don Bundy very recently who shared with me that he regards, this is his opinion, don't qualify it, that he regards the South African NSNP program as one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. And so already South Africa has made so many strides of success and achievement around this topic. So who better fitted to start exploring what these intersections look like? Who better to explore what it looks like to chase that perfect picture and that ideal? And then very lastly, my favorite topic, aligning WASH in schools. What does it mean for us to have a whole of society, whole of impact approach to this work? How do we treat kitchens the same way? How do we treat toilets the same way we treat kitchens? That's not something you're prepared to hear. I'll say it again. How do we treat toilets the same way we treat kitchens, where you could come and eat in a toilet because it prioritizes the needs of a child and regards them as dignity just as much as it regards a clean kitchen? Okay, now to the nitty-gritties. The key implementation insights, like I said, were stemming from each of those presentations. The very first area of applicable and actionable work for us is that although the ECD and pre-ECD does not necessarily yet find articulation in the current framing of well-being and inclusion, we want to find ourselves at a place where we operate with a principle of before DBE and beyond DBE. And so that allowed us to look at what are some of the ways in which we need to start thinking about childhoods. And this is that childhood nutrition is an essential investment for social infrastructure. And so we need alignment that considers children that fall outside of our mandate and are beyond our mandate, because it is in the keen interest of DBE to be able to consider what is the life course implication of nutrition. The second one was that we need to reframe back to a child rights centered framing. We need planning to be concerted around the actual delivery of child rights, and we need implementation to also contribute to the tracking of child rights. And so how do we then reposition this back to a mission on restoring childhoods and not just a plate? The fourth one was we want to take on, of course, fit for purpose, but we also want partnerships that are fit for impact. We want partners that are measured according to the impact that they have in communities. We want collaborators that are bringing on board existing solutions and not just theories. So how do we go about then creating greater inventory of these partnerships? One of our presentations came from the Tiger Brands, and they were already sharing how they're already mobilizing private sector investment around this topic. And so that's an effort that we want to continue within our work. The fourth one is how do we get parents back on board? A lot of discussion truly around how every context is different, that there are communities where parents are more active, there are communities where the parenting structure, let me choose my words kindly, the parenting structure is a bit of a challenge in schooling and governance, is a bit of a challenge around anti-corruption, is a bit of a challenge around ethical regulation. So how do we start to again restore the parental role? And how do we look at parents as partners within context-specific areas? And then very lastly, which is our overarching priority, which is how do we strengthen intersectoral governance and accountability? My presentation is very small. All right, so the very first way that we are targeting some of our changes or processes is that we want to strengthen the integration with the currently existing roadmap that sits with inclusive education. There's a current roadmap that has the Department of Basic Education, Department of Social Development, as well as Department of Health, already working on thinking around the topic of inclusion, particularly for children that have unique vulnerabilities. So we identified this as a key movement and an area with which we could concert more resources and find as an opportunity. Currently, the work has already trained 9 provinces. It's looking to find articulation within the districts. And so where else to find room for the intersectoral approach and framework of the CSTL as it highlights nutrition. The second one is integration of a school level reporting into SA SAMS. This would be the addition of a budgeting module within SA SAMS. The current reporting mechanism is a paper-based reporting tool. And so how do you then start to diversify and encourage the reporting and ethical management of budgeting processes within the school? Many examples were cited around how some of the bureaucratic backlog with how provinces may work can cause delays. So how do you restore autonomy back to the school by offering them diverse tools with which they capture and plan around budgeting? The third one was how do we focus on multi-impact delivery for nutrition? Nutrition is everyone's concern because nutrition is everyone's consequence. So how do we look at having a multi-pronged approach that is able to see the impact of nutrition even in something like wash in schools, water, hygiene, sanitation? Can we find articulation there around impact or joint impact that is able to track back to the contributions we're making around nutrition, psychosocial well-being? Can nutrition be better aligned in its impact and not just in sentiment, but really in its measurable impact in improving psychosocial support? And then the very third one is integrated monitoring tool. And remember, the second one was only speaking to budgeting. We also need an integrated monitoring tool specifically around programming. Of course, every conference will always say silo, silo, silo. And this is something that we constantly, as we innovate within the unique topics, always have to keep mindful of. And so ours is that in that module around budgeting, we also need to find a way with which we are able to track programming. Some programs come from different needs, but how do we ensure that there is standardized tracking of the overall impact and the whole impact around childhoods stemming from nutrition? And then very lastly, there was a suggestion that although the before DBE and beyond DBE mandate of looking at children between 0 and 2, children from 3 to 5 that have yet to enter formal education, and then, of course, children that might have exited the formal schooling environment may not necessarily sit within the mandate of DBE. They are also part of what DBE needs to consider. And so we are proposing the reestablishment on the strengthening of existing committees, and we've nominated the NSNP HEDCOM subcommission as a think tank with which we want to extend to multi-stakeholder partners so that you can have a space where you can incubate a lot of these concerns that do not necessarily fit within the mandate, but do cause burden, because the children that might not have had adequate services prior to entering formal enrollment of schooling also carry the consequences and the burdens of delayed education outcomes once they're in the system. So how do we start to not put DBE at the center, of course, of driving this, but opening the room for this kind of discussion and joint planning? Says I have 7 minutes. So a lot of our recommendations and our actionable steps had to strike a balance. How do we look at what children need from 0 to 18 without extending beyond the boundaries of what we can be responsible for? And so we had to make a choice between what are guiding principles, and then the core guiding principle was that we have to look at childhoods across the lifespan. But actionably, what's within the capacity of the institution has to be based on what works and what is in existence. So some of the recommendations are that the DBE inclusive education would lead a process of endorsing a national roadmap that would bring together nutrition at the core across the many different departments that share this responsibility. And this would lead us to a intergovernmental roadmap for nutrition that is based on what works. This would work on a timeframe of about 12 to 18 months of strengthening not only at national level the articulation, but also being able to replicate that knowledge into the districts as well as localities. The second one is the integration of a module into SA SAMS, which I think many topics can share resonance with this. And this would be to have the budgeting tool already available in the current modernization process of the SA SAMS, and that it would be used by a minimum of 40% of schools in at least one province. And this would be in the course of 18 to 24 months. The third deliverable that we have is then this multi-impact delivery of nutrition. This would be led by DBE's Social Cohesion Unit. And this would be integrating and ensuring that nutrition does have its placement within the other care and support to teaching and learning processes. So offering us a map of how do we actually start to measure the impact of nutrition across the other experiences in the other topics. So we want a whole of school approach and whole of impact approach, not just impact in some small topics, in some small areas, but every area has to be impacted by any movement happening in one area. So we want to focus more on nutrition as a leadership, as an infrastructure, as an M&E intervention. And this would happen over 12 to 24 months. And we also want to have the integrated monitoring tool, which would be led by SA SAMS as well as the NEC team, to already be available and included in routine integrated reporting. So from topics of nutrition to infrastructure to many other service delivery indicators. And then very lastly, of course, is to strengthen the headcom for there to be an outlayer kind of committee that's able to deal with some of the emerging challenges that don't sit within the mandate of DBE but do need its attention. So in this process, we will be revising the current existing TORs, which articulate the responsibility of DBE, but not necessarily all of the accompanying departments as well as partners. So we want to have a more routine engagement around some of the emerging topics that need planning and are consequence to quality outcomes. Some of the risks that we've identified is that because, of course, as many of us would agree in the room, the gaps in intergovernmental coordination. Everyone always says when you walk into a meeting, not my mandate, not my mandate. But we need to move beyond mandate. And we understand, of course, mandate is important, but the consequences of us not crossing over the mandate keep increasing. So it is something that we have to address and we have to make room and space for. So we need to formalize roles through endorsed TORs that would be able to articulate what are the perimeters of responsibility, but also what are the pillars of collaboration. Okay, it says I'm out of time. The second one is that limited systems for readiness are also impeding some of the work, and we need to find ways with which we strengthen provincial level effectiveness around SASM's budgeting processes. The third one is that it's difficult for us to accelerate when there's fragmentation within particular units. So how do we start to encourage units to strengthen unification around some of these topics, because the fragmentation does undermine a lot of delivery, specifically around nutrition. The fourth risk is that there is inconsistent and quality data, and we need to start strengthening that. And very, very lastly, I promise, is that we need to strengthen the limited authority of the steering committee to influence action beyond the DBE mandate. It's a generational mandate and not just a menu. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can see you were racing towards the end, but you are aware of the time. All right. Now we will get feedback from our last commission, Commission 6, and the report will be from Dr. Langa. Okay. Shall we welcome her? Yes.
Thank you. Which I use this?
I think this is forward. This is backward.
Okay, it's written there.
Yeah, it's written.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I do apologize for not sitting at the front. I wasn't comfortable because of the length of my dress. I had to respect my ancestors who raised me better. Okay, we are going to wait for them to flag the presentation. Okay. Okay, ours was on multi. Sorry, we didn't include the topic there, but we all have our commission booklets. So we thought, let's start by reminding people of the political mandate by quoting what the president said yesterday. Central to this mission, the mission of offering equitable education for all, is the strengthening of foundational learning through the continued and expanded rollout of mother tongue-based bilingual education across all provinces. He said that yesterday, and this changes the status of MTBBE. It's no longer an educational matter, but a provincial matter. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm responsible for rural education, not good with gadgets. What does this mean, what the president said? It means that MTBBE is now a national priority, not a peripheral reform. It's not something that is now secondary, but it's primary and it's at the center of the education that we offer to our children. Therefore, the task before the DBE is systematic implementation, not a policy debate on mother tongue. We always spend a lot of time debating about policy, questioning things, and that wastes so much time. I always make an example that it took me 5 years for people to understand what rural education is, and you don't want the same to happen to mother tongue-based bilingual education. Okay, Commotion C purpose and core insights. One, the focus was on strengthening the linguistic foundations of learning through MTBBE and MTBRL. And these two were presented by the profs on plenary. We also have to ensure systemic coherence, access, curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and teacher development. And we can already see that this needs an interdisciplinary collaboration within the DBE because it cuts across all directorates and branches. And another core insight was South Africa's learning deficits, especially in reading comprehension and mathematics, stem from structural misalignment, not simple learner or teacher failure. We know that we focus on the other two for many years now. This is something new that we know that will bring positive results. MTBBE provides the system architecture for equitable bilingual education, and it also provides, or MTBRL rather, provides the language-specific cognitive engine for reading for meaning in African languages. So they're both equally important. The other one is a branch of the other one. So, summary of progress on the 2025 MTBBE rollout. We know that in 2025, we had the MTBBE rollout in grade 4, and there was a common assessment for all provinces. And so what were the lessons learned from that? The significant progress that was recorded during this targeted rollout in grade 4 was that, one, it firmly positioned an extension of the language in education policy of 1997, addressing the early exit from mother tongue instruction after grade 3. This sudden change from home language to English did not really do justice to our learners, which is now why MTBBE is coming up with a phased-in approach of changing and counseling our learners into this new approach. Evidence from the 2025 grade 4 rollouts also confirmed a stronger learner participation and deeper conceptual understanding when instruction builds on learners' home languages. They understood it better. This reminded me of when I was a principal of grade 12, where as a chief invigilator, I could see the trauma in the faces of my learners, not because they didn't study enough for the content subject, but because they didn't know whether they would understand the question that was asked. So it seemed like we were testing them on language instead of the content, history, or geography. The rollout also highlighted that standardized subject-specific terminology in African languages, particularly for maths and natural sciences, is essential for concept formation. And this is a journey that all languages go through. We have good lessons to learn from Afrikaans when it was also introduced as a language of instruction. So our African languages will also go through the same. Another one was that teachers' existing translanguages and bilingual mediation practices were shown to enhance participation and comprehension when deliberately supported. Teachers have been translanguaging rather, but it was not controlled. So this one showed better results. The grade 4 experience also demonstrated that grade 5 must function as a continuation phase. And we do appreciate that there are provinces where all learners took part in the common assessment that took place around November last year. Okay, so addressing a common misconception now. This one is very important, that oral fluency equals reading success. Our learners can read, but can they read for meaning? Because the challenge that we have as a country now is that our learners cannot read for meaning. But when we visit schools, learners can read. We can see them. You know, unplanned reading, you go to a class, the teacher will show you, will ask one learner to read for you. However, the problem is that oral reading fluency has become the go-to metric for assessing reading abilities across African schools. This reliance on fluency creates a dangerous illusion. A child who reads aloud smoothly is assumed to reading successfully. And we get a shock of our lives when we know that they cannot even understand what they are reading. As a result, a learner may pronounce words correctly without understanding their meaning. And I learned a new term yesterday, fluent non-readers. Okay, so the summary discussion, the Commission rejected the narrative that the mother tongues are failing and repositioned the literacy crisis as a design and system alignment problem, not an African languages one. So we rejected that notion completely. Evidence confirmed that the Anglocentric phonics dominant models are misaligned with the agglutinative structure of African languages, constraining reading for meaning. And Professor Makalele presented that first. Morphological awareness was established as a primary driver of meaning making in African languages, enabling comprehension through tracking meaning with words rather than sound first or alone approaches. And that's what needs to change. So a national pilot on MTBRL will take place from 2026 to 2030. Everything has been finalized. It will use the Solomon 4 Group's design across 200 schools, rural schools. New assessments will be done, the morphine correct per minute, and which are embedded in MEL and full alignment with CAPS and the new national reading strategy that has recently been adopted. Sign language, we also felt that sign language is also important. We made it a standalone and said we will engage with Deaf SA through the Inclusive Education Directorate to ensure that we don't leave deaf learners behind. So what are the recommendations that we made? First one, we treat grade 5 as a continuation phase within the MTBBE rollout. This is a continuation from the grade 4 last year. The rationale is that the sudden move from English, from isiZulu or any home language to English needs to be addressed. And the key activities will finalize the grade 5 bilingual progression model, the 70 to 31, and we align grade 5 maths and natural sciences ATPs in MTBBE principles, issue national guidance on gradual linguistic transition, And the second one is align curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment across all languages. The misalignment between language of teaching and assessment entrenches inequities, especially for African learners. So the key activity: review and revise assessment instruments to ensure cognitive equivalence across languages, and also strengthen development of academic registers in African languages like other languages do. Third recommendation: institutionalize MTBRL as the foundation for reading for meaning. After Prof's presentation, everyone said, why are we even piloting this? But he said, maybe we believe in evidence-based work. Phonics, the rationale, phonics-based approaches are insufficient for agglutinative African languages. And the key activities, we will introduce morphology-rich lessons, which will be inserted from grade R to grade 3 ATPs, pilot full MTBRL models in leading schools across all provinces, 200 of them, develop morpheme-rich readers and teacher guides. And that work has already started with our partners at the University of Witwatersrand. Number 4, strengthen teacher professional learning for bilingual pedagogy. Teachers require structured support, not compliance-driven implementation, and they need to have a full understanding of what we are talking about here. So key activities: rollout, cascading trainers model. The 100 ones who will be trained with 100 schools will then be leading, will lead later on in training. Provide access to terminology repositories and digital language tools, and also recalibrate initial teacher education and expand CPTD. And that one is very, very important, because at the center of every change in education is a teacher. Recommendation 5, embedded monitoring, evaluation, and learning within the implementation. Rationale: the annual and external evaluations are insufficient for adaptive system reform. So we will integrate MEL dashboards for real-time learner and teacher tracking, increase frequency of monitoring beyond end-of-cycle reviews, and use analytics to inform targeted instructional support. And the next one is implement structured provincial piloting with national coherence. These fragmented pilots on reading undermine scalability and equity. So we need to apply our minds, put our minds together and work as one. Key activities: apply common national piloting criteria and benchmarks. For we invite partners, but we need something that will guide the support. Facilitate inter-provincial learning and benchmarking forums. That one will be very important, because the provinces need to own this. Coordinates DBE, DSTI, and higher education collaboration to leverage expertise, that interdepartmental collaborations. The next one is strengthen sustainability through costed program architecture. That's number 7. Large-scale MTBRL implementation carries financial and operational risks. So we need to prepare and pre-plan for that. Conduct cost-benefit analysis of MTBRL pilots, finalize resource planning and procurement frameworks, integrate sustainability and risk management into scaling plans. And then okay, I'm on number 8. Align system enablers for MTBBE and MTBRL for scale. LTSM is at the center of this big change that has been brought to the DBE. It is the main driver for the rollout of MTBBE. DBE workbooks are old and misaligned. The catalog is misaligned in 2 ways: in timing and in content. So there is a need to introduce multilingual language appropriate materials as primary system lever. Current DBE workbooks and catalogs to be reviewed to align with MTBBE principles. We need to increase frequency of monitoring beyond end-of-cycle reviews, and use this is to prepare the publishers. Use analytics to inform targeted instructional support. And on ECD, MTBBE and MTBRL will not scale without simultaneous alignment of materials, teachers, and early foundation. Therefore, it's important to implement foundational language development in ECD with MTBBE aligned training and manuals regulated by the DBE language units. And the final two, the South African Sign Language, we've already covered this one because we thought it was very important. It needed a separate slide. Number 11, tighten governance, accountability, and advocacy structures. Political management of the programs is not the strongest level, risks and baselining. So MTBBE must be embedded in HEDCOM-led program with quarterly reporting by provincial directors. So there is a need to establish a HEDCOM subcommittee on MTBBE. Rural education programs must explicitly include MTBRL. This one, because there's a belief, I always believe that if you implement or pilot or test anything in a rural school, it can work everywhere, anywhere in the country. Sustained, provincial variations, for an example, Eastern Cape, backsliding requires focused monitoring and support, not generic rollouts. We don't believe in one size fits all, but we believe that every pilot or implementation should be context sensitive and context specific as well. Sustained advocacy is required across schools, unions, parents, legislatures, and municipalities led by ministers and MECs. International Mother Tongue Day, and that one should be noted. International Mother Language Day to be used to declare 2026 as the year of MTBBE. We thought that would be very important. So our action plan, we didn't have a dedicated slide for our action plan because already at the DBE, we have a high-level committee on MTBBE where senior managers report on how they are supporting the implementation of MTBBE, and then we'll add MTBRL as well. And they report to the DG on monthly basis. And also regarding MTBRL, there will be a research team on MTBRL with a reference team because all voices matter. We need inputs from anyone. So a dedicated action plan is already existing and we will share with the reference team. And when we report on quarterly basis, that will also be taken into consideration. Thank you, Siyabonga. Mr. Leonard.
Yes, you can see. Okay, shall we once more give all the rapporteurs a round of applause? Thank you very much. So now we are going to go into discussions. I'm going to request that we put up the slide on recommendations for Commission 1. And we will now open for comments, questions on Commission 1. As the recommendations are being put up, but because you were also making your own notes, I'm sure if you have any comments or questions for Commission 1, you will be ready to make that input. If I can be assisted, if there's any hand that I'm not able to see. Okay. I don't see any hand this side. I am moving towards the middle. I don't see anything. Okay, it looks like there are no inputs on Commission 1.
Chair, I have. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Tsatsi Monzo from the Free State.
Okay, where's the voice coming from? I hear it's from
You're
Mr.
right.
Munso, but
You're
I
right.
don't see him.
You're right.
Okay,
You're right.
yes.
Must
Okay.
I proceed?
Let me check again. Mr. Munso, where are you? On your right?
You won't see.
Yeah, these lights are shining bright in our eyes, so we can't see from here. Okay, yes, all right. Okay, please proceed, Mr. Munso.
No, Chair, thank you very much. Let me
Yeah, now it's much better.
acknowledge the Commission 1's work Great work indeed. Chair, I have a concern to the first one. I don't see Commission 1 speaking about capacity building for the social workers, social work services. They are doing a safety net for learners who are abused. That function, I don't see it being done properly by DBE and addressed also by the commission. That's my first question. The second one, when you speak about access, I missed the risk. I thought one of the risk factors would be additional funding, because the fund that we got this financial year, it was more about changing the stipend. We've got a challenge of access based on the shortages of fund. I thought it would be flagged up as a risk by the commissioners, but it was not the chair. No, chair, let me stop it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and Tate Monso. Okay, any other hand that I may have missed? Okay, there's a hand there.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everyone. Mongeni Alan Makubane with the Anglican Board of Education. Chair, my questions are twofold, and they're for Commission 1 and 2. I'm not sure if that's going to be allowed.
Let's stick to Commission 1 for now.
Okay. They are connected, though.
Okay.
I think partly for me is the question of, if we're saying that the president says to us yesterday that mother tongue instruction is a national priority, I think it sat as a question for me, the absence of the MTBBE in the thinking of Commission 1. And I imagine that they would have discussed it or spoken on it and touched on it. But equally then to say, to what extent does the role of DHET be plugged in and fully expressed in Commission 1's work, right, in terms of capacity building, etc. I equally think that there is a sense to which the language vitality is a critical part of, we had an interesting discussion yesterday by an input by Professor Langa yesterday who speaks to us about the envisioned citizen, right? That in our country there is a particular effort that is required when it comes to mother's tongue instruction. And if we're then saying that we are going to focus on ECD, and that ECD requires the focus of our country as being the foundational building blocks, then mother tongue instruction requires to be central to giving expression to that which we say, the president says to us, is a national priority. So I am concerned about that, and I think it requires those two aspects for me in terms of the role of DHET in the longer term capacity building in connection to curriculum by the ECD framework, and equally where we position the MTBBE in relation to ECD, which is foundational and important. There's something quite important because already what's happening is that access to the rural areas, many of those children are being taught in African languages to begin with. So a necessary posture and emphasis on departmental focused and capacity building to ensure that we are reaching, the mere fact that I am sitting in an African country where the most spoken language is not Zulu, is not English, and I'm speaking to a room in English, speaks to us about the kind of posture that we have taken in our country and the focus of our educational system. So the question here is about the MTBBE and the importance of mother tongue instruction, and whether the DBE appreciates it as a national priority, and whether there is comprehensive acceptance of the fact that it must be integrated at all levels across the system.
Okay. All right. Any other hand that I may have missed? And I'm moving to my left. Okay. All right. Any? Okay, yes, ma'am. If I can check if we do have anything from our online participants as well. Please proceed.
Warmest greetings, MC, Program Director, all protocol observed, and dear colleagues. By way of introduction, my name is Portia Mbude Muchegwan. The educator within me says I must just allude to one aspect on Commission 1. The issue of infusing policy and legislation understanding to the ECD practitioners at large. Why I am saying this, it is fundamentally important that people who are dealing with children understand in simplistic ways these policies and the legislation processes. And I want to be more specific. In particular, we are now speaking about the Children's Amendment Act. And anybody and anyone working with children from the ECD phase and up needs to be understanding the core tenets of that legislation and the policy, so that when we look at what's in the best interest of the child, that is not only the work of the Department of Social Development, but it is also a shared understanding from initial education, the practitioners, and everybody in the education sector. That's my first comment on Commission 1. The second one is rethinking and professionalizing the field. When one of the speakers spoke about the orchestration teams, oftentimes, in my observation, when these orchestration teams are being formulated, we lose out on the wisdom of those who do not necessarily have the highest qualification. And yet, for more than 20 years, they've been practicing on the ground. In particular, again, the ECD sector. We are now speaking of a qualification that the ECD practitioner must have. And you also sometimes not bring on board the voices of those who already have that qualified expertise in terms of knowledge and practice in the field. The last one, the language group on Commission number 6. Sorry, before I go there, I want to understand, is the blueprint accessible in all South African languages, including the Braille? Is the blueprint accessible in all South African languages, including the Braille? That's my question for that one. And then lastly, sure, I think I must have misplaced this question. If it comes up, but I think those were just my basic comments for now. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Lang, you want to question? Yes, please. Please come to the mic.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions, but the first one cuts across. At the DBE, we have the National Framework for Rural Education, which guides the sector to move away from a one-size-fits-all to a context-specific and context-sensitive approaches when dealing with education in general. And my concern that it aims to ensure that there's quality education and equitable education for all. And my concern is that all the commissions, all of them, none of them had recommendations that dealt with rural contexts, because those spaces are different. They have specific challenges, and as a sector, when when the national framework was approved in 2021, it was actually saying we need to have a bias focus on rural schools, because that is where most of the challenges are. So I really wanted to see that present in all the commissions, but it wasn't. The second one is on the ECD one. There is a research that I've shared with them, a recent research when ECD was moved from social development to the DBE, and the challenges that rural centers faced when it comes to registration. And recommendations were made. It was a large-scale study. Recommendations were made that maybe there is a need to review the requirements for registration so that they are context-specific and they are context-sensitive. Because we can talk about numbers around registration, but we really want to see differentiation. Where is that registration coming from? So, yeah, I think those are my two comments.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. We'll then call on the rapporteur for Commission 1, as well as the commissioners to respond to the questions that have been raised. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me start by appreciating the comments and inputs from the floor, and further indicates that I will try and attempt to respond to the easy ones, and then the difficult ones I will throw to the fellow commissioners for them to come in and assist in responding. So the first one, which is around capacity building, especially highlighting capacity building of our colleague social workers. When you look at action number 12, it does speak to capacity building. Remember, I even highlighted that commission that we put in there, but the purpose of that action is to come up with a system that will identify the needs and then come up with strategies to develop everybody within the ECD space. And everybody will include our social workers, ECD officials, subject advisors, and everybody who is involved in the development of ECD. The issue of additional funding, if you look at action number 6, we highlighted both 5 and 6. 5 talking to subsidy, of course, but if you look at number 6, it further takes us to funding that is directed to our early learning programs, and that is where we are inviting everybody to contribute. And I think one of the speakers did indicate that much as we are currently receiving funding support, but it is not at all enough. We need more. Hence, it is also part of the blueprint to continue to have strategies that will assist with funding. The issue of professionalization of our ECD practitioners, the role of DHEADs. ECD is already working with a DHEAD, is already working with SACE, who is assisting in visiting provinces to listen to our practitioners and try and identify what are their needs. I think somebody highlighted that most of our practitioners have been participating in a number of short courses, but where are these short courses leading them to? That is where the department wants to come in and have formal qualification for our practitioners as well. And the journey has started already, where we're trying to empower our practitioners. Yesterday in the commission, when we discussed the issue of inclusive education, we touched on capacitating our practitioners with all those skills for them to understand clearly what we mean when we talk inclusive education, what do we mean when we talk policies. so it's a very broad scope that will need everybody to come together and provide support to our practitioners. Chairperson, let me pause there and invite the fellow commissioners, as I indicated. Thank you.
Okay. Any further inputs? I think there was a question around infusion of MTBBE into the discussion. And there was also a question around the accessibility in terms of different languages, including Braille. And of course, the last input about the rural context. Yes, you are adding, ma'am. Okay, please proceed.
Thanks, colleagues, for the questions. My name is Ivy Rapo in the ECD Directorate in DBE. I will start with the one in terms of the additional funding. Yes, we acknowledge the fact that the funding that we have as a department is not enough to cover all the areas that we want. That is why we are encouraging our donors, we're working with the donors and the business to come together to ensure that we strengthen or we leverage the resources that are available. Within the department, we were able to mobilize 10 billion that is allocated to us to be implemented in the 3 years. And the 10 billion is not only looking at the practitioners funding, but also to the children. And additional to that, we have allocated some of the money to capacitate the department, because we realize that in terms of capacity, we are also lacking as a department. So to strengthen that, there's an allocation where provinces will be getting to ensure that they capacitate the unit in terms of ensuring that the role that they have to play really shows impact in terms of at the district and at the second level. The issue of the mother tongue, I think this is what we are doing in ECD. We are encouraging all the practitioners to ensure that those children are being provided or are being stimulated using the mother tongue. We are not encouraged, although we know that as parents will want their children to be taught in English, but we are really discouraging that to say the mother tongue is the way to go, because we showing that the comparison in terms of what is expected in grade R to grade 3, that they will be taught in their mother tongue. So it has to start at the ECD center level. In terms of the research, Dr. Langa, I think we have taken that into consideration. We are reviewing the legislation in terms of the Children's Act to ensure that we look at all contexts. And what we have done now with the Banapele mass registration, we have also reviewed the norms and standards to ensure that those rural ECDs can comply with the norms and standards. We have the levels of registration that talks to the bronze, the silver, and the gold, looking at the different contexts where the ECDs are operating from. And then we are also engaging with the municipalities, because we know that the challenges mainly is not within the department, but outside the department. We are engaging with the municipalities, local government, to ensure that they also align with what we are thinking. We're taking the developmental approach to ensure that we support those ECDs, especially in our rural areas and our farm areas. So that is what we are doing. I think the blueprint, Mama, is not yet out. We have been doing the consultations. We will be taking it forward for approval, but we know that we have to ensure that all the languages are taken into consideration, and even the issues around the disabilities, knowing that we have blind people who cannot read the document. We have to look at ensuring that they have their own language also included in that. I hope I have touched.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Mpopapale, also from the ECD Directorate. I would like to just add in terms of the training of our social service professionals that also Ms. Kize has already alluded to. So we're looking in terms of working together, especially as we know that most of the social workers were transferred when we do the ECD function shift to DBE. So we're looking at the issue around care and support, and also looking at them being strengthened around dealing with children that are abused, and also in terms of child protection issues in our ECD programs. And we have already started with the Banapele registration, where we're looking in terms of screening people who are working with children in our ECD programs. So already our social workers are doing the screening, which was done by our social development. So in terms of the training, we're looking in terms of child protection, referral, and also in terms of the screening. So those are the areas that we are going to strengthen with regard to our social service professionals. Thank you so much.
Okay, no, thank you very much for the responses and the questions. I think we are going to move on now. Are there any objections to us adopting the recommendations coming from Group 1 or Commission 1? No objections, so I guess that the recommendations have been accepted. Shall we give a round of applause for the work done by Commission 1? Thank you. Let's move on to Commission 2. I'm going to humbly request that we minimize on the long preamble. A short preamble, but be very precise in terms of what your question is, so that we make it easier for the respondents as well. We are now on Commission 2. If we can put up the recommendations for Commission 2, as I am acknowledging hands. Okay, number 1, please remember your number. Number 1 is here. Yes, is there any other hand? Number 2, the gentleman with the, yeah, number 2. Number 3, please remember the number. I don't see any hands this side. Number 4. Number 5. Okay, let's take those for now. Number 1.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, let me promise that there will be no preamble. Yeah, mine relates to a recommendation which was talking to improving the quality and quantity of SBA. While I fully agree with the quality, because it's a cry for all of us in the education sector, I just wanted to check with the commissioners in Commission 2 about the causal effect of them wanting to improve the quantity. Because when I looked also at the indicators or the solutions, I did not see them talking to improving the quantity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 2.
Okay. Good morning, Chair. This is Jonas Ndlovu from Blind SA. If I go beyond 100 seconds, please escort me out of the room. I'm not necessarily on this. I just thought, Chair, it would be of great disservice if we were not to clarify that Braille is not a language. Braille is a method of reading and writing. If you were to call it a language, maybe it would be a scripting language, but Braille is not a language. And the best way to make anything accessible anywhere, anyhow, is to make sure that you do it accordingly. If you're producing a document, just label it accordingly where it has to be labeled, put the correct headings, the headers, your bolding, your fonting, just do it correctly, spacing within, just normal technical stuff in a document. Just do them correctly, because accessibility in reading is not only about Braille. It's about using TTS, text to speech. If somebody has that document, would they be able to read it on PDF, on Word, no matter when and how they no matter when and where they convert it? So just make your document standardized, and let it meet the requirements, and the rest will sort itself out. Braille is not only hard copy Braille, there's electronic Braille, because as technologies develop, Braille also develops. It's not only hard paper Braille. So thank you to everybody. If you hear somebody else saying Braille is a language, I don't know, do something, but yeah, you'll decide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Number 3. It's here, number 3. Can we get the mic?
Good morning. My name is Professor Helen Inyega from the University of Nairobi. I come here on behalf of Association for Development of Education in Africa. I want to take this early opportunity to appreciate the conveners of this conference for a job well done. And when you think about the different commissions, there is a lot of good work that is going to go down. So specifically in regards to Commission 2, and this links also with Commission 1, I have noted very well that there is a lot of focus on the foundational learning, literacy and numeracy. I have not had well enough information on social emotional learning. So that is just a question that they could respond to, both for Commission 1 and Commission 2, where does that lie? And number 2, in regards to the consolidation of learning benchmarks, and number 4, in terms of quality and quantity of school-based assessments, I haven't heard enough about learners with special needs and disabilities, and particularly when you think about benchmarks for these learners in literacy, benchmarks in numeracy, and also how well they are doing in terms of social and emotional learning. So those would be my 2 comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Thank you, Chair. Just 3 questions for me in relation to Group 2. I think the question of ownership, might be just a linguistic thing around who keeps control of some of these directives. Again, I worry about what an integration, a whole-scale system integration of a national imperative looks like. And again, this is connected to, again, the absence of the MTBBE and mother tongue instruction. There we see a national priority that's been discussed at length by the president, by the minister, not represented by this commission. And I think if you want to look at particular multi-million rand economies that run in African languages, you can talk to Amapinga in KZN, you can talk to the Afrikaner nation in this country, where there are multi-million rand businesses that can be run and fostered by mother tongue education. The last for me is the question of benchmarking. And the extent to which that is language and what is meant by that, by the consolidating of learning benchmarks, and the extent to which those benchmarks ought to be in conversation with already existing programs. We've got the PIRLS, we've got the FUNS, there's a number of these benchmarks. And if you take the question of benchmarking, what is meant by that consolidation, but equally what the impact of things like mother tongue education would mean on those benchmarks, that would be a really critical question for me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Number 5. He did the first time. It's the second time he's asking a question. Number 5. Yeah.
Chairman is short. Thank you very much. I see that there's recommendation number 3. Number 2. That says institutionalize a common instructional approach. That is quite concerning because we are moving towards language-specific methodologies. So when we want to standardize an instructional approach, I don't know what that means. We are stuck with that in the system. We have a common instructional approach that is transposed from mainly English. So I'm scared when we are saying we must institutionalize a common instructional approach. What does that mean? Because it is at variance with the way we are trying to deal with the issue of literacy to be language specific, because we have never had that, and this is what we are trying to do. So I'm just concerned about that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So those were the questions. Shall we then call upon the commission to respond? Hmm? But that was after I acknowledged, I'm sure. Okay, can we get responses? Yes?
Okay, thanks, Chair, and thanks to the questions. I will start and then hand over to the commissioners to continue. My colleague was saying, hey, by the way, you didn't introduce yourself. I'm Zaman Dak, working for the NECT that supports DBE to strengthen their systems. The first question talks to the quantity and says we did a recommendation on quality. Quantity is already specified in policy. All we need is to ensure that it is adhered to, because all subjects have the minimum requirement or required assessment tasks that needs to be done. So that is already taken care of. All we need is to emphasize its implementation. The second one, in terms of the sign language, we note and we agree and accept the question of mistaking Braille to be a language, but to be a method, and also the question to bring in the new inverted devices that are available to support as we continue with that. The third one about taking care of social and emotional learning, which is missing on the recommendation. The commissioners noted that we need to start somewhere. The issue of bringing everything at once will make us fail. Less is more. Let's start with doing well with literacy, doing well with numeracy, while at the same time the social and emotional aspects are taken care by subjects like life skills, because they are there in the systems. But we need to ensure that the base for everyone to be able to read, to be able to enumerate, is taken care of. The need for special need learners, they are not ignored, they are there. If you look at the first recommendation of building capacity of the state, it included the word accommodation, because we wanted to ensure that as we do that, we're not forgetting about learners with special needs. They need to be accommodated in the processes. It might be that it did not surface as we wanted, but the word accommodation also was used so that we could accommodate the learners with special needs. With regard to the benchmarkings and the mother tongue based, I was not clear. I hope some commissioners will have captured that question clearly and they will be able to assist. But the relevance of benchmarking to other programs, hence when we come to the implementation part, we noted that there will be a requirement for new funding, because this is what we're bringing in, and it will require processes so that it start to be implemented and it start to be designed in a relevant way. So it's not that we are not taking into consideration what is existing in the system and the changes and the dynamics that are there. But we are considering that, and we believe that if we go through the process of implementation, through the process of design and all that, everything will be sharpened and we'll then get to a right product that we desire. The issue of common instruction, Dr. Mbode, we noted as commissioners in the commission that mother tongue based is coming into the process, and there is a need to come up with clear guidance of how to implement and how to deal with teaching, taking into consideration the context, the languages variations, but the base of having guidance is very crucial. So we thought, let's also have the baselines and the guidance of how do you take on the mother tongue base, because the irony here that we need to understand is that it is a means to teach content. And as we are using this means to teach content, we should not lose focus. Let me give you an example about maths. We don't want to lose the understanding of the concepts, mathematical concepts, the science concepts, because now we're teaching them through mother-based languages. We still need that. And therefore, there is a need to deal with guidance on that so that we are able to have common terminologies. If we leave it open, you might find people in the same set of language, because of dialects, teaching it differently. And we need to capture that so that it becomes standardized and we're able to move towards the right, we close the gaps that might be there in the system so that we still achieve what we anticipated to deal with. I think commissioners will be able to assist on the other questions that I might have missed.
Okay. I note that the recommendations that are up are not for Commission 2. They are for Commission 3. Okay. Are there any quick additions for Commission 2? Yes, there's a hand here, Dr. Dube.
Just two additions, Chair. Firstly, I think the comment on the integration of social emotional learning, we do note it is not ignored, but I think what we considered is the best approach is to integrate within other programs. So for an example, if you are teaching literacy, integration of social emotional learning is quite critical, and we've seen this in some of the LTSM that's been developed in South Africa and implemented in a number of settings. We've seen this as how we influence the DBE books and the design thereof. So it's literally not possible to teach literacy without considering that, but it's also, in the case of South Africa, a part of some of the learning areas. So a point, perhaps, if we can make it very specific in the presentation. The second one on institutionalizing a common instructional approach, Dr. Mbode, I think this is not ignoring the fact that there are contextual issues, there are different languages. I think there's also a huge conversation around the science of learning, the science of teaching, learning, literacy in South Africa that's going on, and that is not being ignored in the presentation. I think this, where it came from also, is when we're discussing literacy, numeracy, how does numeracy look like in this case of South Africa? What needs to be taught in numeracy? Conversations around thinking about curriculum and teaching and the pedagogy thereof. So just thinking about what this means without really ignoring contextual issues, without ignoring language issues and so on and so on. And the last one on quality versus quantity. I think this commission was talking more of scale, but I think we want to make sure that we remember that as we scale, we do not lose on quality.
So because sometimes with scale, we want to reach so many people, but we do not think about going depth and providing quality. And so as we intervene and we scale up interventions, we also have to think about what quality looks like. This idea of training to people for 2 days and think change will happen in learning outcomes is not going to be great for this for pushing the needle in literacy and numeracy. And so those are my additions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any objections to us adopting the recommendations for Commission 2? Are these follow-up questions? Okay. Let's take Dr. Mbude and Tate Munso. Or you want to add? Okay, you are in the commission.
Yes.
All right.
No, Chair, thank you very much. Dr. Dube, she's spot on. Maybe we need to understand the point raised by Dr. Naledi Mbude Mahana. We understand as the commissioners that the language morphology differs. And we're here saying there is no way that we can take an European style of teaching languages to cut across in the African language. We are saying no, but we're saying within the African languages, finding the common way of teaching them is fundamental. And Dr. Dube is right. Our main concern was around numeracy. We say, but then how then do you ensure that numeracy is taught in a particular way in the country like in other countries? The point made by my colleague next to me about MTBBE, if there is a phase in our country where MTBBE is well implemented, it's in a foundation phase. In foundation phase, we are teaching in every language available in our country. That phase, that is why our grade 4 learners are not performing at the requisite level. Why? Because of the shift. And DBE being our leader in education, they started with MTBBE where in grade 4. Because grade 4 is where we're starting to adopt this foreign language. But MTBE, foundation phase, there's no debate about it. It's implemented there. I thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Mbude?
Chair, I wanted, as we adopt the recommendations with a few changes, so that we don't adopt them as they are, just to be safe, so that we don't find ourselves having a recommendation that we can't change afterwards. So the first one has to do with the area of benchmarks. For me, I appreciate the conversation that commissioners are making about what discussions ensued in the commission, but it is not reflected anywhere in the report. So I'm scared that because there is no nuanced reporting about whether the commission has taken into consideration the differences in African languages, if we go for a common instructional approach, that's a trap for all of us. So we must indicate in that. So as we adopt, can we please make sure that we reference, that we will put it as we intended it to be, because right now it has a tacit connotation to it. So let's just please fix that. The second thing I would also propose for the benchmarks, the danger of making or creating benchmarks for languages that have not been developed to a language vitality level that is the same as developed languages is that it creates a false result. If the money that we spend in the DBE is going to be on benchmarking and not on actually developing the languages, it's a mistake. Then we are over-testing the system without doing any injection into it. So I'm terrified of accepting a recommendation that says go and do more benchmarks when actually there is no programming that ensures that as we test, we have done the necessary uplifting or injection of the language. So in accepting the benchmarks and recommending the recommendations, can we please just make sure that as we accept them as this plenary, we make sure that it's very clear that we are not going to over-test the system. We are going to ensure as DBE that we put the injection that is required for language vitality so that when the time comes for the benchmarking, we are very clear that we've done our work in ensuring that these languages are strong enough.
Okay, I want to bring this debate to a close, and I can see that Dr. Dube wants to respond. Uh, So I think when we adopt the recommendations, we technically adopting them in principle, because those recommendations are still going to be processed internally by the line functions, so that clear implementation plans are then developed in terms of implementing those recommendations. So these points of caution that are being raised, I think they need to be noted, so that as the further processing happens, then it should also take into account these points of cautions that are being raised. Because this is a big forum, we cannot adopt up to everything, but as long as we agree with the broader principle of what we want to achieve, that is the spirit. So on that understanding, can I check again anybody who disagrees that we can adopt these recommendations in principle? 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Shall we give Commission 2 a round of applause? Thank you. We are moving on. We are now on Commission 3. As we put up the recommendations for Commission 3, I will be opening up for hands. And now, this time, let me move from the right. I've been moving from the left. Just to acknowledge hands on this side of the room. I can confirm that I don't see any hand. I'm now here. Number 1, I'm here. Nothing, I'm here. This side, number 2. Okay, those are the only 2 hands. So let's start with number 1. Sorry.
Okay, so again, this is Helen Inyega from Adea. This one is more of a tongue-in-cheek question in regards to STEM. I think the day before yesterday, there was a discussion of the inclusion of A, so that we are moving away from STEM to STEAM, A being the arts, but it doesn't mean that we are incorporating the arts into the STEM disciplines.
Can I check, ma'am? We are on Commission 3 that deals with the post-provisioning model. Are you sure your comments are on that?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm ahead of my time.
All right.
I'm sorry about that.
That's fine, that's fine.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's go to number 2.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, we want to deposit 2 things. Chair, the first one, we want to appreciate the work that was done by the Commission. But there is an area where the Commission is recommending on a task team to deal with the review of PPN. We want to suggest that maybe the spirit of the Lekgotla must also flow to the task team as well. So that in the task team, we include the Education Labor Relations Council. I know the ownership of that task team, the recommendation is saying is DBE, but also include Education Labor Relations Council, because there is work that has already been done on PPN by the LRC, but also include labor in the task team. It's Mabuto Tele from SATU, Chair. I did not introduce myself. Also include labor in the task team, so that, because it may border to conditions of service. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, may not necessarily be directed to the Commission, but I think it's overarching. And I think you have covered me by saying that recommendations are still going to be processed by line functions. We are adopting them in principle. to say, is it not possible, Chair, that in the next Lekgotla, we have a further, maybe some kind of an update in terms of progress, in terms of work that will have been done on the recommendations, so that we know that as we hold these Lekgotlas every year, at least there is progress, while appreciating that sometimes 12 months, it's a very short period of time to can be able to implement all the recommendations that are made on Lekgotlas. However, if we get some kind of an update, before we start with presentations and everything, after it has been formally opened by the minister, then we get some kind of a synopsis, some kind of an update to say, on these recommendations, this is where we are, this is what have been done, and so forth, so that we are able to have some kind of a continuation moving forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I had acknowledged 2 hands, and there were no questions. There were recommendations and inputs that I think have been duly noted. And on that basis, then I'm going to establish if there's any.
I need to respond.
To a comment? Yes. You don't need to respond to a comment. You must just note it.
But the recommendation is.
No,
is
I didn't
quoted.
allow you. Yeah. So it's fine. Just note the comments. As we indicated that these are going to be processed, then you are going to then take those comments into account. Okay. All right. Any disagreement in terms of the recommendations that have been put up? Going, gone. Shall we give a round of applause for Commission 3? Thank you. As we are putting up the recommendations for Commission 4, there is a note here that the Director of Inclusive Education in Limpopo left a Lenovo laptop charger in Commission 3 yesterday. So if there's anyone who may have seen it or taken it, you are humbly asked to drop it off at the reception. And there's also a number here, 082-462-7359. In case you are in possession of that charger, you may contact that number and arrange with the owner to deliver that charger. 082-462-7359. Thank you very much. We are proceeding now to Commission 4, and I'm going to now acknowledge hands for Commission 4. I'm going to start on my left. Number 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm moving here. Number 4. I'm moving to my right. Number 5. Okay, in that order. Number 1.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am a bit slow, so I'm making this disclaimer in advance so that I'm pardoned by the commissioners. The recommendation 5 of Commission 4 indicated that there would be no need for new funding for the resourcing, particularly on the resources. And our observation is that the reason why children are not performing very well in the STEM subject are that most of them are taught theoretically in the classrooms. There are children who have not seen a Benson banner, and yet they are doing sciences. And when the statement that says there is no need for additional funding, it means to me the money is there. And the question becomes, where are those resources that are supposed to be in schools for children
to actually conduct these experiments that are part of this curriculum. So I just want the commission to marry these two for my understanding. Thank you very much.
Okay. Number 2.
Thank you very much. My name is Tuna Kidani from Via Africa Publishers. With reference to the feedback from the commissions, that is Commission 2, I'll just put them together, 2, 4, and 6. I want to know if is the department aware that the LTSM Directorate's 2024 call for the new foundation phase resources is still in progress and close to finalizing a new national catalog. And also, given the significant costs involved and that these materials are based on the current curriculum, how do you plan, like your plans of the discussions today and the proposed intermediate phase submission align with the commissions, the recommendations of the commissions?
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Number 3.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Fasiha Solomon, and I'm from SAPTO. Chairperson, I want to make an input around, a concern actually around the issue of AI as an emerging technology. And the fact that we are aware of the fact that our teachers are using AI, our learners are using AI, and even our parents are using AI to do their children's homework. But the challenge is that we are operating without the clear strategy as a system on how we are implementing AI within the system. But even more worrisome is the fact that we are operating without a policy to ensure that we have guidelines or a legal framework to ensure that we have guidelines to govern the responsible use of AI. And if we're going to do that, it holds substantial risk for us as a system, for teachers, for our learners, for the system. It's issues of data protection, it's issue of ethical use, it's issues of plagiarism, issues of accountability. How do we ensure that teachers are trained? And more importantly, that we are implementing AI on a layer of digital divide. And how do we ensure equity in terms of or equitable implementation of AI? So our call is that we urgently need a framework, a policy framework to guide the use of the ethical, fair use of AI within the system. And we are very quiet as a system around a strategy and a policy guideline. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was number 3. Ne? Number 4.
Thank you. So now I'm in the right commission, commission number 4. Mine was just a comment and a question in regards to a discussion that had been alluded to, but not really carried forward in terms of the movement from STEM to STEAM, where we integrate the arts into the science, but not the whole thing, but the thinking, for purposefully blending creative and artistic principles with scientific and technical disciplines so that we foster a more holistic approach to learning and innovation. So I believe that when we consciously think about the A in STEM, then we may cultivate aspects of design thinking, aspects of data visualization, and even architectural modeling. And the goal here being to develop individuals who are not only technically proficient, but also capable of being empathetic, capable of being imaginative and human-centered in their innovation, recognizing that the most important solutions often lie at that intersection between logic and creativity. You don't want to be able to have scientists who are boring. So please, let's consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 5.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very happy that two of my comments actually have been made reference to by the third comment and the fourth comment. But I will start with the recommendation number 1, and I just want to bring to the attention of the Commission that the University of South Africa, which is a superstructure of the governing system of all the 26 public universities, created what is called the Community of Practice for the Teaching of Mathematics, COPAL Mathematics. And they created another structure, the Community of Practice for the Teaching and Learning of African Languages. And last year, these two communities of practice came together to try and find out how they can actually change the teaching and learning of mathematics using African languages as a language of teaching. So it would benefit the Commission if it can take as an action to actually work with the COPAL, which is actually sitting at various universities. In fact, the COPAL members are supposed to be 26, which means one member per the institution with a seconded member. It will profit the Commission so that we don't start from scratch. 1, 2, we actually valorize what the President and the Minister was saying, that these two departments must begin to profit each other and speak to each other, so that in terms of going forward, we really use a research that has profited the teaching and learning of mathematics at DHET level and have it percolate to basic education. The second comment that I wanted, and I'm not going to start from where the third comment started. I noted the absence or the silence of AI and the fact that this is now driving the learning system, the learning processes in our education system, whether or not we are alive to that. So I wanted to point to the fact that on Monday, the Northwest University launched its AI policy, and it is the first higher education institution in the country to launch its AI policy on teaching, learning, and research, so that it guides the ethical use of AI by all stakeholders. Again, just to extend the comment from our third commenter, we can actually profit from working with NWU to see where they are at and how they are using the framework to drive the ethical use of AI in our teaching and learning. There are a lot. It was consulted for a long. I happened to come from NWU. It was consulted extensively, and there are so many risks in the ethical use or lack thereof of artificial intelligence in our education system. We need to attend to that. The third comment that I have, Chair, again, it piggybacks from the fourth speaker. In September last year, Professor Marivate, myself, and Dr. Mute were in Paris to discuss a position paper that we put to that conference at UNESCO, the UNESCO Education Conference, and we proposed a 3D approach to the future of education that is undergirded by calculus, coding, and critical and design thinking, which is what my colleague from Kenya has just alluded to. It is vitally important to see that STEM in and of itself cannot drive a complete human being that is ready for the future world of work. We need critical and design thinking embedded in the STEM, which is why I want to emphasize her point on shifting the STEM to the STEAM, that is actually embedding critical and design thinking in the STEM approach. Because we will have what we are actually having right now in the robotics space, where we are actually driving agentive AI that is devoid of any critical thinking. So I think we can actually profit from that paper. I don't know whether we're going to develop it into a full-fledged paper, but I think it was really instructive to actually introduce the 3C design for a future education in the next, that is undergirded by AI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So those were the hands that were acknowledged. There were a few comments, of course, but can we call upon the commission then to deal with the questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, I think in the main, it looks like there is just one question. The others are more of comments which we want to acknowledge. The questions, the one question in my view comes from number one and number two. Number one, talking to resourcing, and number two, talking about LTSM costing and funding, which is linked to the fact raised by number one that did the commission really deliberate sufficiently to come to a conclusion that there is no need for new funding on resourcing. And I do want to take the concern, and I'm sure my fellow commissioners may like to also engage on this, but I think we probably it's something that we can reconsider as we process these recommendations around the fact that do we really not need new funding on resourcing, in which case resourcing include the LTSM issues raised by number two. And 3, 4, and 5 has referred to emerging technologies, and particularly 4 and 5 has given us a lot of comments and recommendations which we are noting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think on the issue of AI, the last year UNESCO Teacher Task Force also launched a framework on artificial intelligence. So I think that the caution or the advice is that we need to look at existing frameworks that we can use to adapt in the development of our own policies around the use of AI. Okay, that concludes discussions around Commission 4. Can we adopt the recommendations for Commission 4 with those additions? Going. Thank you very much. Just to indicate that the charger has been delivered, so the owner of the charger can actually come and collect. Thank you very much. So we're going to Commission 5. As we put up the recommendations for Commission 5, let me acknowledge the hands. I will start from the right. I'm here, I don't see anything this side. I don't see anything. I'm here in the middle and looking very critically. I don't see anything. Number 1 here. Number 2. Okay, so those are the only 2 hands. Number 1.
Good morning once again, Mpapa Pali from the ECD Directorate. And just to acknowledge the good work that the Commission has done in terms of all the programs, but also to add in their recommendation around the intergovernmental roadmap, where we're looking in terms of what works and also in terms of how we work together across the different departments, but also to add across our interdepartmental with regard to the different branches or the different directorate, just to look in terms of strengthening the collaboration between the interdepartmental also within the DBE. So we're looking in terms of the project or the programs that are there to start from birth up until to grade 12, which is 18 years, so that we cover the whole process around the development of our children. So also the WASH program that we say it's in schools to be extended to our ECD program, so that we add, and maybe if we can look at rephrasing it to be the WASH in education system, so that our ELP, our early learning programs can be included. And also they mentioned the issue around the birth to 2 years within the DBE, that we also need to strengthen that area because it's also the responsibility of the department. But we also acknowledge the role that the Department of Health is playing, and also to strengthen the issue of the role of parents, because they are the ones who are the first teachers in terms of our children. So we'll need to look, and also to look at the issue of restoring the parental role, and also to acknowledge them as partners when it comes to the different programs. So we're looking at to make a recommendation that we strengthen that collaboration even within the department, so that we avoid working in silos, but also to look at not only at national level, at provincial, and also at district level. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess your inputs are about how to enhance the recommendations. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Number 2. I've gone past this side. I'm not going back.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, maybe as a preamble this time, my name is Dr. Forten Kumalo from Mpumalanga Education. Yeah, it's just a short one. My worry is at a delivery level based on one recommendation. There was an issue of fit for impact, but when you go to the recommendation, it also talks of multi-impact delivery. I was saying perhaps when we clean the document, not to confuse the clients at a delivery level, perhaps let's simplify it, unless maybe the commissioners have an appetite to educate us. But my input was that perhaps let's look at it when we clean this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there were no questions. I think there were inputs that were made and cautions. So can we put the recommendations and check if there's any objection to us accepting these recommendations? Going. You want to add? But you see, you are compromising my principle. When I've moved, I've moved. Yeah. Okay. Right. Shall we give the commission a round of applause? Thank you very much. Last commission, Commission 6. We can put up the recommendations as we acknowledge hands. I will start from the left this side. And there, I'm trying to look very critical. I'm in the middle. Can you please put up the recommendations? I'm now moving to the right. I've done the scan and there's no appetite. Okay, but we don't have the recommendations. So what do we adopt? Okay, there they are. Any objection to us adopting the recommendations? Going, gone. Shall we give a round of applause? Okay, let's take the opportunity to appreciate once more our rapporteurs as I release them. They did a great job. Shall we give them a round of applause? Okay, just to indicate that there were a few comments as well, and they are largely comments that came from the online group. I'm just gonna read through them quickly. There are just few. One comment, it's saying a neglected group is circuit managers expected to support every school's SMT on all aspects of policy compliance. They are still limited to a post office role in a critical portfolio. Subject advisory services are critical, but I think it meant to say hindered by adequate capacity, face specific attrition, vacancies, generalists. This is a comment. I'm not sure if there's any other one. Yes. Integrating child well-being as a priority already exists in the DBE's care and support for teaching and learning framework, holistic and multi-sectoral. Grade 1 to 3 books are more than 10 years old. DBE called on publishers to submit new materials in 2024. When will the submissions be final and books rolled out to schools? That's a question. As capacity building in the sector as a whole must be prioritized, I could not agree more with regards to empowering our subject advisors. They are key change agents in curriculum implementation. Anybody to respond to the question on workbooks? DBE called on publishers to submit new materials in 2024. When will the submissions be final and books rolled out to schools? That's the question. Anybody to assist from the line function? Okay, here's a mic.
Thank you. It is true that the DBE requested for the submission of the foundation phase material, and the screening thereof has been done, and then it has been finalized. Senior management has advised that that catalog for the foundation phase be rolled out for use in 2027 academic year. And to ensure that we don't create confusion to the sector, because we know that publishers may may approach schools and start marketing the resources that were screened. We haven't as yet released the information to the publishers in terms of what has been finalized. And this, we agreed that the publishers will have the list of material, the approved material, probably this month or next month, because this is for use in 2027. I think I managed to answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the person who asked the question online is clarified. Okay, so we're moving on with our program. We are now going to invite Prof. Mary Metcalf from PILO to come and address us on the call to action, harnessing risks, realities, opportunities, and possibilities into a fitting way forward. Where is Prof? She's coming. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we can't take closing remarks before she comes. Okay. All right. Shall we give Prof a round of applause as she's coming to the podium? So, as the Prof, it's your turn. Are you presenting from there, Prof? Yes. Yeah. Oh, you coming? Okay. We are waiting for you. Yeah, shall we encourage her? Do they have your presentation?
Yeah, there it is. We have listened for 3 days and we have heard a lot. Eh? So my job today, and there's my presentation. So I'm going to, I suppose I can look down there. So what I've been asked to do, oh, where's the presentation?
I'm sure they are still looking.
Okay, so what I've tried to do is to say, I can't summarize everything unless you want to stay until 5 o'clock, ne? So I've tried to look at the whole of the Lekgotla, what its purposes have been, and what are the key actions. So you might be disappointed because you might be looking for your action. So the actions aren't comprehensive, but they're key actions. So I'm just waiting for the presentation to come on screen. But my task was to look at the whole of the Lekgotla and to look at what this means for a call for action. So let's wait for the presentation. Sorry, I did send it about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're asking me to stand on the center so that
Okay. All right, that's better if I stand there, but we just need the presentation. I'm sorry to delay you when you want to go for tea. Hey?
We are actually being delayed by them to load the presentation.
You what?
They the ones who are supposed to load the presentations. They are the ones delaying.
I sent it to Mr. Kruger.
Okay. Yeah. Are we winning with the presentation, colleagues? Okay.
Ah, great, thank you. Okay, so my job was to look at the call to action. Risks, realities, opportunities, possibilities, and a way forward. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that adequately. So let's look at what we were told when we came here. And what we were told when we came here is that the outcomes are that we're going to look at quality foundational learning, how we strengthen the foundational learning system, how we have a coherent curriculum, how we have coherent language and assessment policies so that we achieve equitable learning, and how we harness educational professional development to achieve that, as well as balancing innovation, partnerships, and adaptability with the important issue of learning and teacher well-being. So the outcomes for the Lekgotla
have to have a unifying platform, and I'm going to come back to that. We need to be able to have a cohesive framework. All of the bits and pieces that we've heard together needs to be brought together so that we have collectively an outcome-based deliberation informed by evidence, insights about performance, and implementation lessons. What have we learned that's going to help us to achieve that? Then we have to rely on our collective wisdom. So for me, the big question that we have to also grapple with is who is here? What is the mandate? Where do we report? Who's responsible for what? So what's distinctive about the Lekgotla for me, subject to correction, is this isn't a meeting of national and provinces on their own. They have forums for that. They have processes for that. What the DBE Lekgotla does is it brings together stakeholders to say, join us in this journey. And therefore, it becomes important to understand where we report, because we already have mechanisms for reporting. We've got our parliamentary oversight process, the DBE reports there, they've got provincial oversight processes, but where do we as the general stakeholders fit in to this question of how will we reported to about the implementation of the deliberations of this Lekgotla? And the mandate is a complicated one because the provinces and national already have a mandate, they already have commitments, they've already got APP. But we are here to enrich that and to say as stakeholders, what is our role? Where do we fit in? How do we keep up to date with implementation? So that when we report back to the structures we come from the organizations we come from, we know what is developing and how that mandate's been taken forward. So let me just start with what is the key priority. And I would say that the key priority that we've agreed on, I believe, is that we want quality foundational learning. That's the focus of this Lekgotla. It doesn't mean that there aren't other priorities, but this has to be the key priority that's taken forward to enrich implementation that's planned and to make sure that we also are reported to as implementation happens. So what do we mean by quality foundational learning? And I've broken it down into two things. And those people I talk to often will know that this is something that I stress all of the time. Under quality foundational learning, there's two different key intervention modalities. The first one is foundational and intermediate phase learning. And I've included intermediate here because you'll see from several of the presentations, including the MTBT one, that actually foundational learning isn't just grade 1, 2, and 3, but that transition to grade 4 is so critical. And that's why I wanted to include that. What's also important for me about saying foundational and intermediate phase is we have to get it into all of our consciousness that grade R is part of compulsory education now. So grade R, all the way to grade 4, 5, and 6 is what we mean in the system for compulsory education of foundational learning. But what happens in the foundation phase and intermediate phase, including grade R, has to build on what we've done in terms of strengthening early development through our early childhood education programs. What's important about that is that that's not compulsory. There's no compulsory education before grade R. What we have is a system that needs, as DBE and the provinces, to strengthen our role in relation to preschool early learning programs. Those are not compulsory. We depend on communities. The role of the DBE and the provinces is to make sure that we have registered early childhood education centers that comply with the registration requirements, that we monitor that we support that, and we have to always make sure that we're supporting the most vulnerable. And in our early childhood education centers, we do that through subsidies. It's not for everyone, it's for the most vulnerable. We heard discussion today about how important it is that we've got increased funding. But the role of the DBE differs across the two. In terms of grade R and up, we have direct responsibility. In terms of early childhood programs, we have a responsibility to register, to monitor, and to support through the subsidy. But ECE centers are not little schools. The teachers are not employed by us. Now that is a phrase on which I pause because there's so many implications of that. If we look at the next question I want to ask you, what are our criteria for success? Our criteria for success in both the formal education compulsory system and in the early learning programs, I think are two things. One, we need equitable learning. What does that mean? Why do we use equitable, not equal? Is that equitable means that we have to understand the different contexts of need. We need to understand the different contexts of implementation, and we need to make sure that the support that we give is equitable in that we make special efforts to support the most marginalized. So we need equitable support in order to achieve equitable learning, and we need quality learning across the system. Now that's important because one of the themes of the Lekgotla is leaving nobody behind. So we cannot leave anyone behind. We have to have quality learning and equitable learning across the system. So I'm going to now look at what we need to do in terms of those quality, the quality foundational learning in both systems. For both systems, there's some common shared key criteria. The first is adequate nutrition. Now, this is interesting because for the basic education system for grade R and up, we have the functioning National Schools Nutrition Program. For early childhood education, we've heard excellent arguments, compelling arguments about the importance of nutrition from conception. One of the major challenges is for the DBE right now is to make sure that we develop a proper strategy for nutrition in our early childhood education centers. Given that the DBE is also responsible for ECD strategy, the responsibility of the DBE is to work with the Departments of Health and Social Development to make sure that we have countrywide a nutrition strategy that works for children that are hungry in the early years. We need to have children who have adequate nutrition. The second common issue is education and professional development. This is going to be covered when we look at the commissions. But the challenge again for us is how do we as the DBE within our mandate for early childhood education centers, support the initiatives of the sector to make sure that we have ongoing educational professional development also in our early childhood education centers, where the teachers and the facilitators and the caregivers are not employed by us, but we need to support them in order to make sure that they have opportunities for professional development and the professional frameworks. The third one, I think, is common across. Again, different responsibilities in the two different components. School safety, fundamentally a responsibility of the DBE. How do we promote school safety in our early childhood education centers? The issue of infrastructure delivery is critical for the DBE in terms of making sure that everyone has an opportunity to learn in a safe and sanitary, adequate infrastructural environment. For early childhood education centers, there's lots of work that needs to be done here. And we know that the DBE got a special grant to look at infrastructure delivery for our early childhood education centers. But the majority of early childhood education centers are not established by government. They are led by communities on the ground. But we need to do better as the education system in working with local government as a key partner to see how available infrastructure can be mobilized so that we have infrastructure for early childhood education centers as well. The question of inclusive education, making sure that no child is left behind, issues of health promotion, social cohesion are common across, but again with slightly different responsibilities. In terms of a meaningful learning experience or a coherent curriculum, including language and including assessment, I took that text there, the issue about critical thinking, being able to evaluate information, working effectively, self-awareness, respect for others, ability to communicate, curiosity, agency, engagement, and emotional resilience. That came from Andreas Schleicher's presentation on day one. Now, each of those criteria applies all the way from early childhood education centers to grade 12. But we have to remember, as Andreas said, is that the curriculum is not just about knowledge. It's more than knowledge. It's about the ability to use knowledge, make it meaningful for ourselves, and as people, as learners, having the emotional resilience and confidence in relation to that knowledge, rather than knowledge sometimes being set as a goal that people don't achieve and then often feel emotionally undermined by. So let me look at what are some of the key actions for high quality learning before grade R. What we've taken from the Commission is that the DBE has got several key actions to take forward, together with the provinces. And I've added a column which just looks at, is the funding there? It's one thing to think, we would love to do this and that. There isn't money, but wouldn't it be nice if we could? We have to tie what we're going to do to the resources required in order to implement it. So the first thing is that the Commission said they want an orchestration team. I like that phrase. I think it covers a huge range of possibilities, but I understand this to be about planning and implementation. That should be possible, and I'm looking around for the ECD people within the existing budget, with the resources that we have. Can we plan, implement? I know that there's program management units being implemented. Can we make that happen? The second thing that I think is recognized is the importance of working between provincial education departments and local government, because so much of the early childhood implementation is taken forward in close relationship with our local government. And I'm going to be a little bit cheeky sometimes, Tinty, is that I don't think that as provincial departments, we necessarily yet have got our heads around what it means to have a different kind of relationship with local government, where we're not just saying, this is what the rules say and you have to implement it, but how do we have and reorientate our thinking to a developmental relationship with local government, where we see them as a critical partner? Then, this, I believe, is a major issue. Do we have the right structures in place, provincially and nationally, that locate the responsibility for early learning programs in the best place in each department with the appropriate connections, so that what we have is an organizational design for early childhood programs. Remembering grade R is now in curriculum. The early childhood education centers leadership, that directorate, chief directorate, whatever it might be. Is it best located in curriculum, or is early childhood education cross-cutting? It's about allocating subsidies, doing it efficiently, making sure we've got the right information. There's a range of factors that are critical, infrastructure, all of that, to our early childhood role and responsibility that don't fit within curriculum, and I think that needs discussion. So important is the co-creation of a social narrative. A narrative where people understand, firstly, the importance of early childhood development, early childhood education centers, early childhood learning programs, and also understand where responsibility is located. I think we have to communicate this more clearly. So to be a little bit not controversial, bold, there's an expectation amongst many role players in early childhood, in the early childhood community of early childhood education centers, that because the DBE is there and the DBE is leading, people are now going to be employed. That's not going to happen in the foreseeable future. It's not a popular thing to say, but it needs to be said, is that we have is a model that it's community-driven with subsidies from government. That has all kinds of implications for how we structure professional development, how we structure support, and how we mobilize stakeholders to come behind our early childhood education center staff. So part of that is then leading to a recommendation from the Commission, which is that we need a national education learning programs capacity building commission. How do we manage this complex intersection of supporting a community which is doing nationally incredibly important work, but they are not our employees? How do we create the structures for that? How do we create the qualifications pathways for that? How do we create the motivation for that? And then and both of those four things I've said can be done in the short term, 1 to 2 years. We're talking about 2026, 2027. But after 26, 27, we need to have established a national data observatory. It's there in the Bana Pele work, and we need more information. That information is going to be coming from on-the-ground work and on-the-ground monitoring, the work of e-cares, the work of getting the data in place. Once we have the National Data Observatory, we will have a mechanism effectively for doing the monitoring and evaluation and future planning. And I've included from the Mother Tongue-Based Bilingual Education Commission that we also need to include the alignment of what we're doing in our early childhood education centers with our commitment to mother tongue instruction. Now, let me move to the issue of what do we do as the DBE in grades R and up for foundational learning. And what we have here is 6 points. And I'm going to take each of those points one by one. So if we look firstly at the issue of, let me see if I'm right. Yeah, for early grade reading and maths, there's a very rich presentation from the Commission, which you'll all receive. This doesn't take the place of that. There's much more detail. But what it does do is to say that there are 6 key actions. And those key actions actually spread across both the short term and the medium term. But all of them need, in terms of costing, a plan. They need a reprioritization of existing funding. So I would say that the recommendations from that commission are fantastic, they're rich, they're wonderful, but they are not yet a plan. They are not costed, and there's no time frame for each step. So in terms of actions and the way forward, the immediate, I think, action for the DBE here is to say, how do we strengthen our capacity for coordination and alignment between national and provincial? How many of the things that we're saying we're doing at national level actually depend on what provinces do? What role do we play in ensuring that what provinces do to improve early grade reading and skills is monitored and responded to? The second recommendation is that there's strong arguments in the Commission report that we need a common instructional approach. Questions of what is the role of lesson plans? How do we use them? How are they supported? How do we get improved methodological exposure and implementation? So related to that is the question of how do we use our school-based assessments so that they inform actions at school level, inform actions at district level, inform actions nationally and provincially. Because the more we have reliable school-based assessments, the better we can monitor our implementation and its impact. And then lastly, there's an issue that the Commission raised about institutionalizing a common instructional approach. I would never say that there's a recipe everybody must follow, but I would say that we need teachers to be exposed to instructional approaches and core methodologies that they can draw from as they exercise their professional agency in responding to the needs of learners in the class. So key actions that we need to work on, particularly at government level, is how we take those 6 key building blocks. But what we need to see, and if we talk about mandate and reporting back, I would maybe be a little bit bold and say, wouldn't it be good in about 6 months if there was the beginning of a costed implementation plan that could be shared with all stakeholders, so that all stakeholders could work out where they can make a contribution to that plan, how they can make sure that they are pulled in. The second one that emerged was the issue of quality professional development. And there were 2 or 3 key actions recommended in commission. And for all of them, I think the money is there. The resourcing is there. We just need to make sure that we are applying it properly and reporting back. So the first is that the Commission said we need a national and provincial professional development audit. What's happening in each province? How effective is it? Can we get a sense of what's happening in each province? Not only using the data that we have in provinces and nationally, but also looking at what teachers' unions and teacher representative organizations are saying. What are principals saying? What can we, in that audit, get in terms of what and how effective? Now, if that is done by the end of 2027, then I think after that, in the medium term, we can take forward what the Commission recommends, which is that we have a rigorous monitoring and evaluation framework to see who's participating, what's the completion rates, what's the impact, is there any change in classroom practice as a consequence of a particular training course? Does it have an impact on learner outcomes? Both of those are ambitious, but correctly so. We should be looking at professional development, not as just an activity that's ticked off on a box, but as an activity that must have an implication on quality learning and equitable learning. I love the point from that commission about teacher self-efficacy growth. Teachers should, as a consequence of professional development opportunities, feel more empowered as professionals to make professional judgments, to use that learning. And then the other monitoring and evaluation component is just, is what has been taught being remembered? Is it being retained? Are people coming back for more? So for teacher development, next 2 years, an audit. The years after that, monitor and evaluate in terms of goals that we've set ourselves. I've included from the STEM Commission that part of the quality professional development must also be about aligning the STEM curriculum with teacher development, with the support system. And in the MTBT pedagogy, that's also got to be included in the professional development. That's our mechanism for that. The third area, Mr. Rabatapi, is the PPN. And for that, it seems to me that there's 2 key actions, and both of them, I've put orange rather than green or red, because maybe there's money, but it needs to be reprioritized, or we need additional funding. So in order to get a very rigorous new PPN model, we need to combine the best activities and resources and information and knowledge that we have. And there's 2 processes underway. So firstly, the new National Education and Training Council is looking at the quintile system. And the quintile system articulates with the PPN. The DBE is also looking at how we look at the PPN and how we look at the quintile system. We then need to review the PPN. This is at the heart of issues to do with teacher well-being and class size. And what we need to do, and it came out very clearly in the recommendations yesterday, is we have to shift to a more learner-centered approach to PPN. We need to have PPN that prioritizes foundational learning. Where are our largest class sizes? Well, I can tell you, and if anyone's interested, we can have the discussion. The largest class sizes are in foundational learning. How does the PPN assist us in making sure that we use our limited resources to having class sizes and a PPN that's aligned with improving foundational learning? That is a huge task. I think it may require additional resources, but that's for the people within the DBE and the National Education and Training Council to look at what resources are required. It requires our best brains, it requires consultation. So that is the work that's very urgent in order to create quality and foundational learning, as well as the other many challenges within the PPN. And the PPN is in the end driven by the budget. The national budget, the provincial budgets determine how much is available in terms of resource for a basket of posts. Once we have the resources, we have our basket of posts, how do we distribute that? And one of the things that I'm going to say, which is always, I feel strongly about this, we have to rationalize what we do to align with our resources. We cannot have a proliferation of subjects at FET level with smaller and smaller classes while we have foundational learning classes that do not have numbers of children that make a quality learning foundation possible. Next one is a learning environment that is inclusive. A learning environment that is healthy, that is safe, and respects the dignity of learners. What the Commission called this is a comprehensive, coordinated, multi-sectoral response to addressing the barriers. Why this is important? Because it's those barriers that prevent children from learning, that prevent our ability to achieve what would be equitable, high-quality foundational learning, which is our key priority as a sector. Oh, wait, I must go back. So, in order to reach that kind of goal, there's some short-term actions that the Commission has recommended, and this isn't all of them. And there are some that I think are medium-term. And again, let's look at the funding. Green means I think the money's there. Orange means maybe we need to look for more money. And green again. So, do we have an intergovernmental roadmap for nutritional health and for sanitation? What do we mean by intergovernmental there? For nutrition, it means different education departments at national and provincial levels, such as health, such as water and sanitation, such as local government. Do we have a plan that each of those partner departments understand as a roadmap? And do we have a plan that is consistent across national and provincial levels, even within basic education? So what we need in the next 2 years, if not hopefully in the first year, is to have a roadmap that's adopted by the different departments at different levels. And you've got to imagine a matrix here, because it's national, provincial, local, health, welfare, education, and all have intersecting responsibilities, which is what this roadmap must do. It must bring everybody together in order to have that environment that's safe and secure. Short term, we also strongly need, and you'll see that this is a theme that comes up in each area. We need monitoring tools. What's happening with school toilets? What's happening with health? What's happening with school transport? What's happening with safety at schools? So we need an integrated monitoring tools, which brings all of these things together, and what the Commission is recommending and strongly support, as much as possible of this needs to be integrated into SA SAMS. The nutrition sector was very active in the commission, and the nutrition sector is correct that in the modernization of SA SAMS, we should be able to have very quick monitoring data that can be it will be entered by schools, but monitored by circuit managers, monitored by districts, monitored provincially, monitored nationally. And that's the strength of SA SAMS, is to get timeous information, which is reported, so that we can respond to that information quickly. Too much of our monitoring in the system is for publication 2 years after the event and not for immediate action. We also, so that in terms of including it in SA SAMS, I'm not sure if there's enough money. That's something that the sector's going to have to look at. But if I just add again, one of my personal passions here, the Wash in Schools initiative has been working with the DBE, and there's a framework for monitoring are toilets working. That red, orange, green robot should also be in SA SAMS, uploaded by schools, so that we know, are toilets being cleaned? Are they working? If we don't have that happening, then I'm not sure if you have a school. I'm not sure you can have school nutrition if you don't have functioning sanitation. So for that, we need to include it in SA SAMS. And then one of the weakest areas of this complex omnibus of issues that Granville leads is that you've got multiple players, nationally, provincially, you've got NGOs playing a role, you've got other education departments. So we have to do better in our interdepartmental coordination, and we need to be making sure that these things are adequately budgeted for, where the budget is appropriately located, which is often at provincial level. So the challenge here, and it is a challenge that might apply across other areas, is to have interdepartmental coordination mechanisms reviewed and improved. We need to make sure that we have financial implementation frameworks against which people are reporting. Because too often what we say is, wouldn't it be nice if we could do? Thank you, Tati. Tsatsi's been very kind. He's worried about me coughing. Mwah. Thank you, Danny. Some people are clapping for you, Tsatsi. Okay. So now, I'm not sure how much time I've got, but where we are now is in strengthening foundational learning through mother tongue-based education. And there's 5 actions here, 6, 7 actions here, some of which are interrelated. And those actions all come from the Commission. The majority of them, the money is there, I believe. It's a question of using it effectively and doing the work. So the first thing to promote effective use of mother tongue, going beyond the narrow structures we have now, is that we have to align curriculum, we have to align resources, we have to align assessment across the languages. That's a task that I think is correctly located within the DBE, and I believe they have the resources for that. What they need is a plan with timelines. To implement the structured provincial pilot. So at the moment, we've got provincial pilots. We need to make sure they're being monitored carefully, that they're being implemented rigorously and with fidelity, so that we can then lay the basis for ongoing monitoring and evaluation of implementation of our new language strategies. So in 2 years, let's get the framework in place. From 2028 onwards, can we have ongoing monitoring with reporting to where action needs to be taken to correct what's not going well? So all of the way through your work in this Lekgotla is you've been asking for improved monitoring and evaluation. Now, the last medium-term goal is urgent. It kind of arises out of the work that's required in terms of the resources that we have. So one of the most important resources that has transformed, improved what we do in terms of quality education is the DBE workbooks. They are, in many schools, the most important resource and sometimes the only resource that a teacher has. What is urgent is to address the mother tongue gaps in those workbooks. So, for example, I think Ingrid Sapphire wrote a report to the DB for the DBE about 4 or 5 years ago, which said, why can't we have the grade 4 and 5 workbooks with both languages? The language of instruction that the school may be moving towards, as well as the mother tongue from which the child is transitioned, particularly in maths. So you'd have your maths page, for example, in English, and on the other page you'd have the maths page in Afrikaans. Now, I'm not going to be saying that's the way to go. I'm sure the mother tongue experts are looking at that. But at the moment, our workbooks go in mother tongue, by which I mean the wide range of South African languages, up until the end of grade 3. From grade 4, they're only available in English and Afrikaans. It's not good enough. This is urgent. So I've put it as a medium-term implementation, but the work that needs to be done immediately is getting agreement on what those workbooks should look like and what's the process to update them. So, Ntinti, how much time have I had? Did you time me? Okay, this is my last one. With all of these plans, a plan, and you can see it if you look critically at some of the report backs, are ideas about what it would be nice to do. As long as we stay at the level of, wouldn't it be nice if this happened? We're going to come to every Lekgotla and hear the same story. What we have to do is to have very clear plans that have time frames, that are costed, that are reported on, that are monitored. And Gary Campbell's not here, but the people in Commission 5, particularly those looking at nutrition, will know that the issue of MRR has been recognized as missing in the system. What does that mean? You monitor, you report at the level at which action can be taken. You report at the level at which action should be taken, which means in some cases the reports go to the principals or the circuit managers. They're not just for publication in beautiful documents that we put on the website. We have to say we're identifying a problem. Where does this need to be reported? And there may be multiple levels. Why MR? To respond. Because what's the point of gathering, monitoring information if you don't respond to correct it? So I would say that a theme across is that we have to strengthen our planning, strengthen our monitoring, strengthen our reporting and responding, and we have to do this within realistic and rigorous financial planning. It would be nice to have more money. It's not going to happen for a few years. There are some departments, and I won't mention the departments that I've been looking at, not the DBE, where their policy program does not align with the fiscal program. What they're saying is unaffordable. We cannot do that because that is a betrayal. It's a betrayal of the language we're using to bring people along with us. So if I now take that slide and link it to what I said in the beginning, who are we and why are we here? The DB's already got its budget. It's already got its plans. Provinces have got their budget. They've already got their plans. They need to come back to this forum, not physically, but we need to be keeping our stakeholders apprised of what progress we're making in spelling out the detail, in reporting on what it is that we've done, because this is a forum where we come together not just as government, but as everyone who cares about education, to say what can we do together, what roles can we play. The more we have conversations with our stakeholders in the room about what we're trying to achieve, and we speak honestly about what we can and can't do, the better it is for those partners who genuinely are here because they wish to support. So we need to keep this dynamic of talking and reporting and keeping informed alive within the sector. Thank you. I hope I did that in the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for that comprehensive way forward. I think some of the issues that were raised about the report back, you've been able to cover them quite sufficiently. So at this point in time, we're gonna call upon Dr. Granville Whittle to come and give us closing remarks. And then Ms. Simone Geya will come and give us vote of thanks. Okay, shall we?
Good afternoon. I have 5 pages that unfortunately we'll have to get through. Can I just say that this is the 11th version of the annual sector Lekgotla. It does bring together all our partners, our provinces, our teacher unions, development partners, and we get 3 days generally to reflect on issues of education. And I think that's the strength of this Lekgotla. Prof. Mary has really covered all of the key issues that I was going to touch on, and I won't repeat them. I do think the issue of austerity and the context within which we work is important. And I think that context will obviously shape the kinds of interventions that I think we can do at this point in the development of the basic education sector. The key point I thought that Prof. Mary made really, really well was the issue of foundational learning. And I think that's the theme of this Lekgotla, and obviously what will drive us over the next 5 years or so. So I want to acknowledge all of you for participating. Obviously, when you meet with the entire sector, you often have robust discussions. And again, I like this idea that we are driven by data and by evidence. The last point that I just want to make very briefly, it's very heartening for me to see how care and support have become part of the mainstream of education. And like the President said, thank you. And like the President said yesterday, it's important for education to fulfill its role as the great leveler. And the silent revolution that he speaks about is something that I think we must really embrace and take forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Whittle. DDG Geya.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think following from Dr. Whittle, and that he did cover part of some of the acknowledgements that I have to make here, I'll try to make the thanks a very short vote of thanks here. We've been very fortunate over the Lekgotlas that we've had each year to have a president that makes time to come into the education sector and to come and spend that opportunity that he has to share his vision of education with us and to speak from the heart on many things that he wishes to tell us. And once again this year, we've had that opportunity. And I think for that, we really want to extend our sincere gratitude to the President for being with us and for sharing his thoughts with us. We also were very fortunate to have 3 ministers in our presence over the Lekgotla. So besides of the Minister of Basic Education, we had the Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation, and we had the Minister of Higher Education and Training. And for that, I think we also wish to extend our gratitude and to thank them for the insights and the aspects of their work that they shared with us and that could add value to the basic education sector. Then each year we have the chairperson of the portfolio committee, as well as members of the committee who come and join us, and the select committee. And for that, we also wish to say thank you very much. We highly appreciate the attendance and that they were with us for the days that they attended. We also want to then say thank you very much to our provincial heads of education who have been with us over all of the days, as well as we want to say thank you very much to all of the various people that chaired the sessions on day 1 for the Lekgotla, the facilitators and moderators of the panels and discussions for in the commissions, the chairpersons of the commissions, and then, of course, the presenters and the rapporteurs who were part of today, and for the excellent way in which they brought to our attention what the issues were that the commissions dealt with and the manner in which they then pulled it together in the resolving of these commissions' resolutions. We want to say thank you to some of our partners, in particular to the chairperson of the National Education and Collaboration Trust, the CEO of Umalusi, the CEO and the chairperson of the ELRC, the CEO of SACE, the leadership of the teacher unions, the leadership of the SGB associations and professional bodies, the Provincial Education Department educators, the leadership of our student formations, policymakers, private partnerships, and all our social partners for their unwavering support to the basic education sector. And then to every educator, policymaker, administrator, participant, for your dedication and for your willingness to sit with us for these 3 days so that we can rise with resolutions from this Lekgotla that can take us forward in the basic education sector. We also acknowledge those who are participating on the online platforms, and that we in this modern age of technology are able to take the Lekgotla into a classroom, into a district office, into the provincial office, and to include all of those people there. Together we were laying a groundwork for an education system that imparts knowledge, but it also fosters critical thinking and innovators and leaders. And in this way, we're able to prepare and navigate and shape our future. And then lastly, I think we just want to acknowledge in particular the sponsors who did provide us with various funding. And we lift up a few of these names. So we would like to say thank you very much to UNICEF, to the NECT, to the British Council, to Xenix Foundation, to Mvula Trust, to Fundi, to Oxford University Press, to Via Africa, to Cambridge University Press, and to DBE E-Cubed. For all of these people that have helped us to make this Lekgotla a success, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and your contributions have helped to make this a very, very successful event, and that once again we can rise and say that we have dealt with the various aspects that we came here in our objectives, and that we have achieved that. And then lastly, to our Minister and our Deputy Minister and to the DG, for the vision, we say thank you for your visionary leadership, for the support and guidance and the contributions that you make in all of your vision and your thinking that you give us, and for the zest within which you do your work. And then lastly, I wish to thank one and every one of you who are sitting in the hall, who are still watching us on our platform, our virtual platform. We wish you very well in your travels back to your respective homes, and that you all arrive there safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simi. May you all give yourselves a big round of applause. Just the last announcement, there is a QR code on your tables, and it is also reflected on the screens. So if you can scan the code and complete the questionnaire, your feedback is really critical. It will assist us to strengthen the next Lekgotla. And also the lunch is ready to be served. It will be served in Clover's Green. We once more want to take this opportunity to thank you all for your attendance of our Lekgotla and for your meaningful contributions. We have now come to the end of the Lekgotla session, and as you travel back, we wish that you travel back safely, and we wish that God bless you and shines his face upon all of you. The meeting has come to an end. Thank you very much.